Yeah, well, it's one of those things that, frankly, most people in the West, not most, but a lot of people have many of the things that previously, due to evolutionary reasons, they don't really have to worry about it anymore. They have food, clothing, shelter. They're not in danger all the time. So that gives them more time to be able to just focus on sex.
Yeah, I mean, there's usually a limit to where, like, for men especially, because men can't be on the grind, so to speak, all the time. If you're that type of man, you're usually a weaker man. I mean, it's kind of obvious. But if you're a lady or a girl or whatever, it's most likely to be that because you're kind of uh, you're a bit too obsessed with it. Because the people who are normally obsessed with it could be someone like you or me or whoever, but who find that almost have an obsessive control over themselves, which they themselves can't control. It's not so much attraction as it's an inward feeling. Uh, yeah, so there's a big difference between people who think about it all the time and think obsessed.
I gotcha.
Yeah, you see a lot of people think to the effect that um, they never get help, but they come to a point where, like, a lot of these like porn stars come on like that. They usually they miss that kind of that that feeling of clean energy,
Right.
because us as like our Christian or Jewish or their own kind of religion, but it's just a sort of like friendly, uh, benevolent energy, that you don't seem to get too often otherwise. Um, like they're kind of stuck in that case where they they feel like that they were in that obsessive state and they got out of it. Because I mean, if they didn't get out of it, they would lose like any watch of themselves. Because a lot of sexuality comes from well being mentally healthy or able to just function as an adult or a human being, right? Because it's not like you can be born 24/7. It's not possible. So yeah, that kind of uh, when they talk about it in interviews, they kind of have to reconcile that. It's taken out part of the whatever, I don't know, whatever, even stuff like just feeling like a pretty person or something, which is not like made from you. So yeah, that normalcy is what people need, but it's not a thing like when we talk about like sex being taboo in India. I'm talking about something that's like it's it's it has its pros and cons, because when you eliminate it completely from society and you start to have like government organizations and people who take it for granted that you're not going to be doing it or whatever, and no one's really into that sort of thing. And when you get into stuff like that, right, then you're kind of you're bargaining a lot of things that are kind of inherent to people in general. Because as Indians, we're kind of pretending like we're all kind of like this close together and part of one kind of family and stuff. But it's always been like that. It's just that not all. It's not all of us who uh, are kind of great and nice and everything. But there's there's, there's more than a few bad apples, you can say, right? In India, but we like to pretend like we're super united. And it's a problem because, for one, sex being taboo is a kind of understatement of how all this stuff kind of starts. But yeah, it's mostly changed because of people getting like assimilated. So there's a lot of assimilation stuff happening in the East, right? Where you have these regular type people who aren't that special and then they sort of learn how to adapt in Western ways and it works out. So there's that. You get what I'm saying, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's a little complicated. Yeah, these countries a little different.
So,
In India, most like maybe like Muslim countries where
so explain to me
places like
how is
that.
it in India?
Sorry,
How is it in India?
I was just telling you, right? I was just explaining how it's been a problem that they're united on grounds that you don't quite understand. Like they try to. There's a lot of pushing. Everyone pushes the agenda. Uh, just being patriotic and standing for everyone is going to solve a lot of our own issues. And in order for it to work, it would have to involve some sort of miracle. But eventually, what will happen in India is that as much as we try to suppress one thing, the other thing shows up. So in India, it's always that we try to like you try to suppress authority, you have something else that pops up. However, if authority tries to suppress you, then you have another thing popping up. So it's like the inverse proportion in USA. It's a problem in the East where authority itself as governing over people is a much bigger problem than uh, individuals uh, having to own the government, so to speak. Like you guys have a democracy, but your democracy is based out of a lot of human rights, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So
don't say we have a democracy because a democracy is inherently one person, one vote, and that's not what we have. We have a
yeah,
constitutional republic.
yeah, but I mean, yeah. No, it's only confusing because we
Super
have
confusing,
different
super confusing,
sections.
and most Americans get it wrong.
Yeah,
You'll hear all the time Americans say we live in a democracy, and it's like no, we don't. It's not one person, one vote on every piece of legislation,
yeah, yeah.
but we're brainwashed to think it is.
Yeah, we have the same thing in India. We don't have any working democracy. We have a sort of dictatorial rule by the powers that be, but it works in so much as like things are ordered. That's about it. Like I mean, in terms of helping like the amounts of people in India, yeah, and I don't like the distinction that some people make their Indians, and they fail to realize we live in the third world and people in the West live in the first world. I don't know. If they don't see that as like a distinguishing criteria for some reason. They're not fond of that idea. So yeah. So constitutional republic would, yeah, that would basically mean that yeah, I think it's the same thing. I think the same. I think you guys probably have the same issues that we have in terms of authority. I think it's that. Yeah, you know stuff that was going on like a couple, like maybe just about five to 10 years ago. In terms of protests and revolution and stuff, that stuff was all once again like we try to fight against the the whatever protests that happened from the left wing and stuff like that. That stuff did happen like a couple years ago, and I don't know. I think the idea in Mumbai at least was that we give in to like everything. You guys took a different road. Like instead of giving in to like, to, I mean, because you know, the government's always going to be there. There's always going to be some amount of authority governing. So if you kind of like nudge it a bit in the right direction, it's gonna take on a different form maybe, but it's still gonna be there anyway. So one way to tackle the issue is to side with all, like I think that's what you guys did, right? If I'm not mistaken. Because we did that in India. I don't know if you guys remember, let's say, I mean, voting Trump in one or second term is sort of like the same thing over there.
What was it?
What I mean is that you kind of give in to authority in a way. So if if say there's going to be like let's say Trump has a dictator or stuff like that, it's not gonna happen anyway. But just saying like what if maybe it does, but a lot of issues that people have, they're based on a lot of variables. There's a lot of things that involve different circumstances, right? So it's always going to be that uh, one way of solving all the government issues is to side with these authorities and those, And then that way you tackle both ends of the spectrum, the continuum. Are you getting it, Rabbi? I'm trying to explain something.
I'm listening to you. Maybe I'm not. Explain it in a different way, if you would, please.
Okay. Let's say, for example, you have a government working on a sort of median, like a middle ground.
Okay.
And the problem with a middle ground is that you have two sides. You have one extreme side on one end and another extreme side on the other end. The
Okay.
problem is that if you side with one of the extreme sides, you would probably end up uh, like destabilizing the system itself. Let's say. Like for example, national democracy, national It's in national democracies, yeah, like they wanted to establish national democracies and stuff like that.
Okay.
They wanted to kind of divide the government so much that everything starts to get owned by like private entities, private smaller entities, and it's a sort of shared propriety of some kind. It's some sort of common wealth, basically. And so if you side with the other extreme, right, because you're neutral anyway, you side with the other extreme, and the neutral is always what what goes on in government according to what goes on like actually in government, because their problems are not left or right. They're mostly like intuitive. Right? So the if you side with the other extreme, you're siding with a lot of authority and a lot more clamping down on everything that happens in the country, outside the country, foreign relations, everything. So some people would say that you follow the latter version extreme, right?
Okay.
Then you would, yeah. So by doing that, you sort of uh, you're just you're the last thing that you have to take care of is like people conspiracy and stuff like that. I mean, that's about it, right? That's all you have. Like, there's a bunch of conspiracy theorists who are against like Trump's rule or whatever. I mean, there might be some truth to whatever they say or whatever, but like for the most part, they're they're understanding what's going on in government. I guess. So in that way, the government does solve its neutral problems by doing siding with that extreme.
Okay.
Yeah. So the same thing happened in Mumbai. We had the exact same problem, but you realize that in Mumbai we don't have paid employment, so yeah, it became it it sort of like lost everything lost its momentum.
I think
All
so.
sorts of whatever we consider community in Mumbai is considered like me going to church, the parish I'm in, people I'm around, all that is part of community. So everything is based out of your own community. We don't have public opinion anymore.
Okay. Why don't you
Yeah.
have it anymore?
So that's the thing. I think that we have a sort of unity based doctrine, sort of like religious diversity or whatever you want to call it. Whatever whatever you learn as an Indian person has to be sought after as an Indian person. You you, uh, you learn from your roots. Basically. That's what it is. So you learn from all the things that we keep in common together. So it's sort of like that.
Okay.
So does it make sense to you when I'm talking about government neutrality and the decisions they have to make?
I think so.
Yeah, but this is once again like it's it's never gonna quite end when have all this fluff about politics. It, the fluff never ends.
Right.
It gets kind of false and scary to some of you guys living there, but yeah.
Hey, just one moment. I want to hear something that's on the radio. Well, it's athleticism. I've never seen really. There's agility here. There's a potential 6-star.
I would say a very positive effect of humbling. It will be great if it stopped there. But here's the thing. If you humble, in order that your ego kicks in and feel that you are better than someone else who's not humbled in front of the same
We'll
God,
go there.
that means that I will have all of that trait that I can use that, because now, what does mean being humble? I'm divine.
Yeah.
But you're not.
I'm way more humble than you.
But you're not. So you see how they kind of like the oxymoron. I'm humble and I'm surrendering, but in the same time, I am better than you and I'm more entitled. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's crazy.
I mean, look at
absurd.
look at like the Muslim Christians and Jews and everyone. Like, it's like, all right, Muslims, we surrendered. I mean, I'm talking about the extreme ones. I mean, like people. It's like, I surrender to God. Good, keep it that way.
Yeah.
Like if you go there, I surrender to God. That means that I am closer to God than you. Then you should die.
Yeah.
Okay, Christians. Christ is love, and He loves me, and we're gonna be together. But you don't get into His kingdom, and you see, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just if you
Stop it.
like
And
stop there, stop where you are humble, and you feel that you're a piece of shit,
Yeah.
and you are a worthless human being, and you are there.
Yeah.
Stop there.
Yeah.
But once you says like, oh, that makes me a better person than you, and it makes me more with God than you, so that will give me the entitlement to kick your ass.
Yeah. We always ruin a good thing.
Don't we?
That ego. You've been outspoken, with Piers Morgan, but just on this topic, and you talked about the Superman story, which I would love it if you were in a Superman movie. But have you lost job opportunities because of this? Because
There was a couple of things that were going on, but they stopped. Again, I don't know if October 7th.
the Superman story, just so.
Yeah. So
what role were you?
Okay.
What did you audition for?
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. So in June, I was traveling to Dubai, and right an hour before I get into the car and go there, my manager's like, "Basim, we're gonna send you a script. Read it. It's for Superman." It's like, "Oh, Superman." I'm not really good in auditions. I'm not an seasoned actor, so I was like, "Okay, I'm just gonna do it. Send the tape." I do the tape. I send it. I go to the airport, and I read. I think I can talk about it now because they said they changed the script. So basically, what I found it interesting in that new script is that there is like a dictator in a country that invades another country, and Superman interferes politically. That's the first time but because of me, it was like it couldn't be Russia and Ukraine, so it had to be something kind of like with a flavor. So I read the role as a mixture of Trump and Mubarak. I did this mix of like I had like the kind of the Middle East, but also like kind of like the essence of Trump into it. I went to the airport. It's like an hour. It's like James Gunn saw it. He loves it. What? I never had an audition that fast. I mean, I had a few roles, but not that fast. Not like that. And then I said, like, well, the strike starts like tomorrow, and we need to be on the phone. But after the strike, we cannot talk. The SAG after strike, like we're the writers and the actors strike. So like, well, I'm gonna be on a plane right now. It's like, once you land, you can have a Zoom call with James Gunn. Have a call with James Gunn. I'm a huge fan of him. The guy took like something like Guardians of the Galaxy. Nobody knew about it. Amazing trilogy. And he is like a really cool guy. I like what he did. And it was like really nice. And he started to talk to me about the movie. And, like I talked to people before casting them. So I know that everybody's on set, have a good chemistry. It was amazing. So in your mind, if you're an actor, what does that mean? You got the part. And he told me, you got the part. Month goes by, strike goes by. October 7th happens. I do Piers Morgan 1 and 2. And then I go to my Australian tour. My manager called me, Basim, the strike was over. It's like, don't have the part anymore. I was sad, very sad, but for 3 days. And so like, I need to stand up with it. I'm actually doing very well. Alhamdulillah. And then when I went to Chris Como, after I finished the show, he told me, did you lose any opportunities? And that was off record after the show was like we concluded. And I said, I talked about Superman, and I found myself when I was king, I was angry. I was bitter. And I went home. I was like, why was I angry? Why was I bitter? It wasn't meant to be, and I'm living a good life now. I don't need to. So when I was asked again the next day, two different interviews, the BBC and the other, and another one was along with my friend Dino Vidallah, I said the story in a different way. I said, I don't have any anger. As a matter of fact, maybe if I was Warner Brothers, I didn't talk about James Gunn. I thought it was the studio. If I was Warner Brothers and I'm a Muslim, I wouldn't have a Zionist or pro-Israeli in my movie. But I want to tell them that, like, when I criticize Israel, I am not a threat to you as a Jew, and we can actually have more in common. I was more of a kind of empathic. So when I said that, the internet went crazy, and James Gunn have haters because the Snyderverse and all of that. It's a word that I don't understand. And James Gunn, like, had all of these attacks on him, and I was pissed off how it was handled. I wasn't angry at James Gunn, but I thought it was. And so my publicist and manager like, Bassem, stay calm, don't speak. It's better like to like not talk about it. I said okay. So there's nothing wrong about me, but I see the heat is rising against James now, and that is a guy that I had a personal connection even through Zoom, and I didn't like what was happening. And then he called me and he explained to me. I said, Bassem, I actually have camera tests before finally I didn't know that. And then we changed the script and it was the strike, so I didn't call. And I thought to myself, I'm a small actor. I'm not that important for him to call me to say we're gonna change the script. So I still think that like the timing sucks and everything. But then I went and I did a video explaining exactly what I'm telling you, because I didn't want to be famous for the wrong reasons. Because that would be unfair. Because that was there already people were, and I was having like interviews. Can you come about this one? It's like that's it. I'm not going to talk about it because this is a non-issue. And when I talked to James on the phone, I felt how sincere he was. So I didn't want someone to, because of me, will have that kind of attack, because I know what it means to be on the other side of that kind of attack. It's terrible. And it ruins your life and it ruins your day. And nobody deserves to be doing that. And I don't want to be the reason for somebody else to go through that pain.
And you also said that you don't want to be a victim.
I don't want to be. I'm doing great. I'm selling out everywhere. I'm having a wonderful, loyal audiences coming to me. Why I would be angry about the role of Superman? Yes, it's great to be in the superhero movies. But so what?
But there's a wisdom in that. Even if you weren't doing great, that's a choice a lot of people can come to, which is like, do I play victim here or not?
It's greed. They want more attention. They want to be more into the thing. They want more and more. And there's so much to go around to be enough for all of us. But it is greed. It is ego. I need to be in the center. I need to be victimized. I need to be people feel sorry for me and love me. And it is not the right way. It is not, because it is fake. It is fake. It's made up. And I did not victimize myself when I left for Egypt. I mean, in the time that now I speak about it now. But in that dark times, I was detained in airports. I didn't have my American passport yet. I was still traveling with my Egyptian passport. And I was detained in an Arab airport. I was going to be delivered to the Egyptian. I had shows when I was still starting. I had hecklers being sent to me by the Egyptian embassy and the Egyptian consulate in New York and in London to curse me and to take videos of that and then send it to the state-run media in Egypt. And I didn't speak about that because I felt that, like, if I speak about that, I feel about like what was going on to me, I would be victimizing myself. It's like, if I'm going to be good, I'm going to be good because of what I do, not because of what people's perception of what I'm going through.
Yeah, and that becomes a slippery slope. And somehow victimizing yourself
goes to more victimizing.
Yeah.
And then you cannot leave that habit. You can only exist and thrive if people feel sorry for you.
Yeah. I mean, Israel and Palestine currently both have that temptation.
I would always push back when you do the comparison, because one of them is not really in the same kind of power. I mean, yeah, for sure. So
that's a big problem.
It's very easy to say why Palestinians will victimize themselves, but Israel with all of that military might, man, it's too much. What Israel is doing is that they're victimizing the Jewish experience. And I don't think don't think it is fair for a lot of Jews. I don't think that they should use the Holocaust and the persecution that happened to Jewish people all through history in order to push an equally oppressive agenda. That is not fair, and it's not good for the Jewish people living, and it is basically a disrespect
This is
to the memory of the Holocaust.
Unreal.
I told you, I want to make a movie about the Holocaust. I do, because what happened was that kind of engineered torture should never happen again, and it should not be happening now.
But to you, what Israel is doing is leading to more anti-Semitism in the world.
100%. And I think, and I know, can I be a conspiracy theorist for a second?
Please, the earth is flat. We all know
A
this.
part of me thinking maybe they are doing that intentionally, because if there's a rise of anti-Semitism and Jews, they will always like point like, see, they hate us, so we can do whatever we want. Because because you see, if we let go of our might and our strength, we're gonna go back to the concentration camps, because you see how the world hates you.
And again, when you say they, people in power.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Listen, it's always the people in power. I believe that humans are easily corruptible and easily repairable, but the corruptibility part is much easier. But people could change, but people in power are very dangerous. Very, very dangerous, especially if you have religion, which is power by itself, military might, political support, and money. Dude, that's a very, very, very dangerous
What's up,
recipe.
gang?
That, all that
Listen.
said, I do believe in the power of the little guy, the individual, to overthrow the government. I don't know if you heard, but the Arab Spring will, happens.
But okay, here we are here's
Just among friends,
we are Americans, right? We're Americans.
allegedly.
We're Americans, and
How funny is that? Like, just giving out two backgrounds. We're Americans.
We're Americans. It's like we're Americans. There's one thing about like the power of the little guy that I am very sad about, because you see, I love America, by the way. I consider it my new home, and I want my kids to grow up here. I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I have in the United States. And I criticize the United States politics, and I criticize it out of love, the same way that I was criticizing what's happening with Egypt out of love. What is worrying for me is how the power of the little man is diminishing. It doesn't matter now who do you vote into power. They will not listen to you. They would listen to the people who paid them to be there. And it is very concerning, because I can see the American democracy is turning, not even slowly, very rapidly, into an oligarchy. If I'm sure that all of the millions of people who are voting, they don't vote for the NRA. They don't vote for AIPAC. They don't vote for the pharmaceutical companies. They don't vote for the military-industrial complex. And yet, the people in power, they come in, they take your vote and my vote, and they are loyal to those people, not to us. And it is very, very, very concerning. Very concerning. And this is the danger of American politics and American democracies. It is dangerous because basically the vote becomes just like a ceremony that someone with the more like funding will get to power, and then he's not loyal to you.
Still, the fire. I mean, we are in Texas. Everybody's armed to the teeth here.
Yeah, but like, what are these arms going to do in front of tanks?
Well, you said the American military is unique in this way.
I know, but
For now, the tanks are. Well, first of all, I believe Russia has more tanks than the United States. Tanks, I don't know. I'm not an expert in military strategic deployment of arms, but the United States uses different kinds of weapons. So
they have drones and they have the lasers and they're sitting comfortably behind the screens. It's kind of like it turns like a big Xbox game.
yeah, and they sell a lot of those things to everybody.
It's crazy because the defense budget is 6% of American military. It's like almost $850 billion each year. And most of that weapons, we don't even need it. We just do it because of the contracts. There was like an incredible 60 Minutes. I'm sure that you saw it. The one about like the gouging of the prices of the Department of Defense. It was one of the most fascinating things that I've ever seen. They said like a valve a safety oil valve that used to be sold for $329. Now it is sold for $9,000. Why? Because there is only 5 weapon companies, and they can control the prices. And in 2006, the whole Apache fleet of the American army in Iraq was grounded because there's one valve that they were like gouging the price and didn't want to give them. The Stinger missile, just like the missile, the one that you carry, and it's like the anti-aircraft. It used to be sold for $25,000. Now it's sold for $400,000. And nobody is doing that. You know why? Because the DoD has fired 130,000 people, including engineers and negotiators. So now, in order to cut expenses, now we're paying more money. And the thing is, we do not have a say in this. We do not have a say in how my tax money and your tax money is being spent. Because I'm sure you don't want your money to be sent to Israel like that. I'm sure. Even if you're Jews, I'm sure that, like, I don't want my money to be given to some Muslim countries with other Muslims. I'm sure. But it is not. Here's the thing: what kind of power do we have other than speaking? So what is left for us is free speech. And now, when you speak, they call you anti-Semitic. You see why I'm angry?
But still, I mean, America's holding pretty strong, despite the criticisms on the free speech front. But if you look at the freedom of the press, freedom of the speech index, America is not at the top.
It is not, and this is why, for example, it is very disheartening for me to see that the Western media, Western press, that used to be the beacon of freedom, are now using as mouthpieces. And it is funny how the New York Times, Nixon got angry in the New York Times in 1971 when they found leaks about him lying about the Vietnam War since the beginning. And now he hired the plumbers, the special units and orders to go in and find the leaks. This was Watergate, basically. Because he was angry to see who leaked that, instead of fixing the problem. Now the New York Times have published this story about the rape that was a hoax, that was written by Anna Schwartz, who's someone who have no experience. And now, when it was leaked, instead of them correcting themselves, they went in and they had their own investigation to see who leaked. The New York Times in 2003 became the mouthpiece of George W. Bush of the WMD. And now, as an American, I see that the New York Times is becoming a mouthpiece of a foreign country. Why do you do that?
One of the things that's really difficult to know is where to find the truth. It does seem that both sides use propaganda and both sides lie a lot.
But both sides, as in
both Israel and Palestine, pro-Palestine, pro-Israel. There's a lot of lies.
I know, but
I think
it's a lot of inequality, man. There's like a lot of people on the internet, but like who have the mainstream media siding with?
Yeah, but thanks.
And I'm talking about yes, thank God for social media, because now it's individuals. There are people.
Yes,
there are people. You're comparing BBC, New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal with just people with a TikTok account.
Yeah, who has more power in your view?
Now it is actually very, very fascinating to see the little man having that power over the media.
Because disproportionately so. This is my problem.
But you cannot call people with TikTok propagandists while people being paid to give you the news and they deliberately lie to you.
Yes, I can. They're both propagandists.
Yeah, well, yes, but the mechanism and the intentions are different. Because here's the thing.
I'd rather have the TikTok guy than the.
If like the TikTok guy is a TikTok guy, right? But if you have the New York Times being told that they're being exposed to be lying, and then they get this like UN report, which is like a disgrace, and you just put the title and you don't talk about it. Like, I'm fine with CNN and Jake Tapper and all of those people like spreading the rape allegations for years. They didn't. I don't even want them to refute them. I want them to bring the Israeli reports saying that it didn't happen. The Israeli media themselves, they didn't even bother, not once. Is that balanced? That's not.
Yeah,
so that's why people in TikTok, because they have to take matters in their own hand.
Yeah, but the problem with the people in TikTok is the drug, the dopamine rush of getting a lot of likes. So instead of talking about the death of civilians, they will talk about beheaded babies or the equivalent of.
Yeah.
They're going to actually make up stories because the made up stories are going to be more viral. And so now we're just in this muck of lies.
And there's a lot of people who actually expose those lies on TikTok. So you have both. You have both. and it's kind of like the democracy of the social media, as we always call it. But if you have the street media, that is the legacy media, CNN, BBC, New York Times, Fox News, all of those people, and they are like spreading lies, and they're not even doing their journalistic job in order to at least bring the other side.
Yeah.
That's problematic.
And that's worse. You're supposed to be journalists.
Yes, it's supposed to be report. Don't,
Yeah.
report.
Yeah, but I see that this is like a catalyst, an inspiration for the citizen journalists to rise up.
This is what you're doing.
With this, yeah,
This is what you're doing. No, this is what you're doing because you go into a deep dive. This is like a no filter thing. There's no spin.
the long form. The long form is going to save us.
I see why you hate the TikTok. It's like a dopamine rush. You know, it's like,
Stupid TikTok.
I
5 hours later,
I saw the resentment in your face.
I can't look away.
Or like those like 30 seconds. I do 4 hours.
I mean, both have a place. Both are exciting, and but I can't. It is very dangerous. Like you can't look away, and I almost never. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but I almost never feel better ever after having used TikTok.
Makes two of us. I can't. I cannot. I have a team. By the way, I give my password to like a team. I don't go there because I was in a dark night, very late at night. I went TikTok and it was like 2 hours. What?
Yeah.
What? I said, no. This is dangerous. I'm already like an Instagram and Facebook guy. I don't need that.
But even there, man.
And I barely get out of Twitter. I mean, like X, I can't. X is a cesspool. X is just like the concentrated hate in the X is too much. It's too much. I can't.
So you don't check it at all. You try not to check it at all. It is very intense.
I don't. I can't. I just like I post something and I run.
Post and ghost. So you're doing comedy here in the United States right now.
Yes.
Joe Rogan has the Comedy Mothership, which is an incredible club. Have you considered doing that club?
I would love
Me too.
to. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I
Do you know Joe?
of course who doesn't know Joe? I mean,
I feel like it's a small world of comedy. That's why
no, I think like Joe's story was like what he did and stuff that he did in the UFC and his podcast, and it's very impressive. The fact that he is there and he's bringing all of those people, whether in comedy or his podcast, is very impressive. And this is what is the media is all about. What is like the internet is all about, to give you the experiences of stuff that you might never experience, and that is very important. I mean, you do it with people where like you go into their brains. He goes take people and they take their experiences and their lives and their stories. It is very interesting, and this is the beauty of that art form, because you have all of these experiences at the tips of your hands, and it is there for you to learn from. And what he's doing, like, and when he moved to Texas and we did the Comedy Mothership, anybody who would like push comedy forward, that is the most difficult art form and the most demanding. And the fact that you do that, and he might not even be making money out of it, but he's doing that because of his passion, that is enough.
yeah, he really believes in creating this like place where comedians can be really free. And one of the cool things about the Comedy Mothership is like comedian is king there.
Yeah.
Like they're you have to bow down to the
Because the comedian who came there came after like eating shit,
eating
dying
shit
out there
everywhere
If
else.
you are basically you're a saint.
I have eaten shit for
I
many
have
years.
Now I'm gonna give you shit.
It's great. You already told me what you think about the state of politics in the United States, but now tell me what you really think. What do you think of the choice of Trump versus Biden? How do we end up here?
I mean, like the fact that like you have two people over the age of 90,
Yeah,
it is
I think it's over 100, but that's all right.
it's all combined like 170. It is so sad. It is so sad that this is what we can produce as a society, like a demagogue and a sleepy Joe. He's
as much as they can.
he's not there, man. He's gone. He's gone. I mean, he could, like when old people could be like a danger for themselves, he's a danger for the whole world. I mean, like the whole world, like if an old person would die who would have like a hip replacement, we can need like a new planet because of one decision. But it's not just that. It's not that. It's when I came here. Listen, I'm a Democrat. I always I told you I vote for Bernie Sanders. I supported him 2016, but I couldn't vote then. And of course, a huge fan of Obama. And one of my jokes is he's the first Muslim president. It's but he killed Muslims. That's things Muslims do. But anyways,
I love that line.
And it just, I think the whole idea, my shock is, I told you about what Biden said about I'm a Zionist. Okay, we are Zionists. But then Jews are not safe in anywhere other than Israel. Dude, what the hell are you saying? And if you don't care about me, if you don't care about my misery, why would I care about you when you're losing? And I have a joke that I told people, why would even Biden listen to us? He just raised $145 million in California alone from pro-Israeli groups. I mean, what can we Arabs working in the vape business do to him?
Yeah.
It's we cannot compete with that.
Yeah.
I mean, practically. I mean, it's life is unfair. The guy is a politician. He needs bills to pay. He needs a campaign to run. He needs money. He will go to the people who will give him money. Joe Biden is the highest paid politician from Israeli lobbies, $4.6 million over the years.
Yeah, but I also believe in great leaders that go against all of that. But unfortunately,
Bernie Sanders was like that.
Bernie Sanders, yes, but also age. I don't want to be ageist.
Of course. No.
But even with
right.
because I remember listening to Bernie Sanders 20 years ago on Tom Hartman show, and I don't want to say anything against Bernie, but he was sharper then. Of course, there's a thing with age.
Yeah, of course. No, I think I'm a huge fan about putting a limit on your working years, because you don't want to have a Mitch McConnell moment every now, because now the whole thing of what is this? Is this not like a house by scare home? It is unfair. It is unfair, and that the whole idea that you have unlimited, you have a limit for the president, but you don't have a limit for Congress people and senators. That's what do you mean? This is basically, you can go in and be in governance forever, and the longer that you can get, the more corrupt you will get.
Yes,
that is very concerning for Americans.
Everybody becomes corrupt after. That's why 2 terms is a good limit
for everybody.
Yeah, and maybe half a term for Egyptian leaders.
Well, our half term is 15 years.
Quarter term.
I've always wondered
You should come back and run for office there.
Oh my God, no! There's a curse in Egyptian Egyptian presidency. No, nobody comes there. He's not dead or in jail.
Yeah.
It's not the most appealing job.
They might make a statue of you though. Make you look good.
After my death, look very good, Dad.
Yeah. When you look at what happened with Navalny, since you kind of
So
really
it's something
thought
that you edited?
about this in Egypt, what happened with Navalny in Russia? What do you think about that?
Yeah, but what happened in Navalny in Russia is not something new in Russia. I mean, Putin have this whole history of poisoning and killing people, and it's kind of pretty much. I would have to cite credit to Putin. He's bringing us the essence of the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages. It's basically Putin is the living example of what happens if Game of Thrones was reality. It's death by poison. A blow up a plane, it's mysteriously disappears. It is so. It is very dark, but it's wow. It's it's a television show.
To that part of the world is that it's so much on display. This game of power, of geopolitics, of war.
No, but the same happens in the West, but I'm behind closed doors. It's not that open. It's not that pronounced. It's oops. Epstein.
Yeah.
It's We just like I think because of the West is more advanced, like in movies and cinemas, we kind of direct it better.
Yeah.
I think the outcomes, like the way they kind of like set the scenes, like scene and scene.
That's why people about like landing on the moon. They're like,
Yeah.
I get it, but you know, we haven't gone back.
There's the flat.
All right. If we zoom out, do you think there will always be war in the world?
Yeah.
Always be suffering? Yes.
But here's the thing: I don't think for long. I don't think that will happen for long.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because here's the thing: humanity is destined to have war. Especially, like, it will have war. But that something happened in the last 50 years. We have much more lethal weapons. The problem is the beginning. It's like swords against swords, horses, cavalry, like cannons, catapults, medium missiles. But now we're like a press of a button, you can annihilate the whole planet. And this is the problem. Wars will always continue. The problem is when is going to be the tipping point where we are actually going to destroy ourselves. And it is so easy now to destroy ourselves. The amount of weapons and the quality of weapons that we have. It is designed to kill more effectively, more. It is crazy. It's like we can create our own destruction on ourselves, and I think we're not that far away from it.
Just looking at nuclear weapons, the fascinating thing about nuclear weapons is I've gotten to learn recently just how few people are involved in a full-on nuclear war that basically kills everybody.
Yeah.
About 3+ billion people right away.
And the consequences of the nuclear winter, it's unlivable.
But all it takes is, I mean, one president can do it. So it could be even a false alarm, misunderstanding.
Like what happened in the Cuba missile crisis.
But again, and now there's more nations are prepared and ready to launch.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And you have a media and a 24 hours kind of like thing that makes you like at edge
that's
the whole
dark.
time. That's crazy.
There's a dark perspective on this where there's certain members of the media that would kind of enjoy the prospect of nuclear war, like a little bit. Just let's get as close to it as possible.
You have another factor that will contribute to that. Religion. And remember how like the radical Islamists talk about like the end of time and whatever, but like most of the Islamic countries don't have that much power. Problem is with Christian Zionists now being on the top of the world with America. They have been pushing for that kind of conflict to kind of escalate. Like Karl Rove, all of the new cons, the dispensationalist Reagan. There's an incredible book called like Forcing the Hands of God. Ooh, beautiful book. I read this, like it's published 1998, but it still matters today. The whole idea about like, especially the Zionist Christians who love Israel, but they hate the Jews. They're anti-Semite, but they love Israel because of its role. This is all basically formed because of the interpretation of the Bible of Scofield and how they talk about the end of time, then Armageddon, and then the late great planet Earth, and then left behind Sirius, and all of that. It's all about like we're heading to Armageddon. The problem is Islam there are people that believe that the end of time, and then you have the Christians that believe in the end of time, and then you have Israel happy that those people are using it for the end of time, and then the whole idea about them pushing as many weapons and troops and people in the Middle East to be there for the nuclear holocaust. And John Hagee, one of the pastors, talk about that, about the brimstones, and it's not gonna be a nuclear holocaust. All of that, people, it's crazy how people are so despising life that they are wanting death. So now you always have these revelations, but these revelations mean nothing if you don't have an effective weapon in order to make it happen. And this is the crazy thing. And I'm worried that the end is going to be by someone that wants to meet God a little bit earlier.
Somebody who's really in a hurry. Well, I have good news for you. Maybe we'll become a multi-planetary species.
Maybe Elon Musk will lead us the way
To get out in space. I asked you offline to not mention the lizard people. They are.
There's like a whole people that believe in the lizard people. It's crazy.
I actually have to be honest. I haven't fully looked into the lizard people. I probably should.
You should.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm afraid of the truth.
Then.
Yeah.
Removing my face.
Yeah. I mean, what? So let's say you're wrong about the end of the world,
I
and
hope so.
it all turns out great, and humanity flourishes. Why would that happen? What gives you hope for that trajectory for humanity?
Younger people. The people of TikTok, you know. Yeah, there is a lot of like bullshit there.
You know, after you saying this, people just keep sending you TikTok videos. These younger people, that,
Don't be, this woman showing her boobs. That woman.
that's gonna save us. All right, awesome. Thank you.
No,
Yeah.
there's like I think there is a wealth of it. You know, remember like the joke that said like we thought that like when we have internet we're gonna have like be more, you know, more informed, and now we're watching twerking videos, and that is true. But on the other side, the fact that you have the availability of information, I'm learning a lot, and there's people who are using that platform for that. It's not the majority because you know it's not very interesting and exciting, but I think there might be a tipping point where there's enough people that will be aware, and maybe they would collectively do something in order to bring back the power to the small man. And maybe it sounds very naive, maybe it's fine, but we don't know. We don't know because we have already seen the legacy media and the legacy politicians shaking in the past few months.
They're getting nervous.
They're getting nervous because people are calling them out. And those people were like hiding behind their desks, behind in their offices, and not holding out for that. But like people now are calling them out, and it is not going to happen like this year or next year. But I think it's something.
What advice would you give to those young folks?
I will never give advice to those people.
Get off TikTok.
I will never because like their input is different than mine. But like there's one thing I learned when people told me, did the revolution fail in Egypt? Did the people are it's like, listen, the revolution is not an event. It's not like, hey, we go in, we topple the government. It's not a revolution. A revolution is a process. It's a very long process. And maybe that process, I mean, as much as we don't like what happened in the Arab War, but the people there, the awareness that happened and the discussions that have been opened that were you didn't even imagine would happen in the Middle East is happening. And maybe the beginning of any hope of change is that people start speaking out, talking about stuff they were not allowed to speak about. Like, for example, Israel.
The revolution continues.
Yes.
Bassem, you're a beautiful human being. It's truly a pleasure and honor to meet you. I could just feel the love radiating from you. I hope I get to see you perform live. I hope to get to see you many more times. Thank you for being who you are.
Thank you so much. And I would love to invite you for my new special, The Islamo-Nazi.
That should be the title of your autobiography.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bassem Youssef. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Jon Stewart. The press can hold this magnifying glass up to our problems, bringing them into focus, illuminating issues heretofore unseen, or they can use that magnifying glass to light ants on fire, and then perhaps host a week of shows on the sudden, unexpected, dangerous flaming ant epidemic. If we amplify everything, we hear nothing. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
It's a sad state of affairs when some of the most influential voices in our country will label someone a lover or supporter of dictators simply because you're saying, hey, we shouldn't be going to war. There is another way.
The following is a conversation with Tulsi Gabbard, who was a longtime Democrat, including being the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. She endorsed Bernie in 2016 and Biden in 2020. She has been both loved and heavily criticized for her independent thinking and bold political stances, especially on topics of war and the military-industrial complex. She served in the U.S. military for many years, achieving the rank of lieutenant colonel. And now she is the author of a new book called For Love of Country. This is the
Yeah,
Lex
she's
Friedman
pretty
podcast.
great.
To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tulsi Gabbard. You've served in the U.S. military for many years, achieving rank of lieutenant colonel. You were deployed in Iraq in 2004 and 5, Kuwait in 2008 and 9. What lessons about life and about country have you learned from that experience of war?
So many. Central to those lessons learned was having my eyes open to the very real cost of war. Of course, I served in a medical unit during that first deployment to Iraq. It was 2005 during the height of that war. And unfortunately, we took a lot of casualties. We, across the entire U.S. military, my brigade that I deployed with was from the Hawaii National Guard. We had approximately 3,000 soldiers who were operating in 4 different areas of Iraq. And my first task every day was to go through a list of every injury, combat-related injury that had occurred the day before in the country. And I went through that list name by name, looking to see if any one of our nearly 3,000 soldiers from Hawaii had been hurt in the line of duty. And then if seeing them on the list, tracking them down, where were they? Were they getting the care they needed? Would they be able to get sufficient care to stay in country and return to duty? Did I need to get them evacuated? Usually it would be to military hospitals that at that time were in Landstuhl and Ramstein in Germany. And then from there, getting them to either Brooke Army Medical Center, which is here in Texas, that specialized in burn-related injuries, or to Walter Reed, and tracking them and their care until they were finally home with their families. And it never became a routine task. It never became like, okay, cool, check the list, kind of dot the I's, cross the T's. It was that daily confrontation with the reality of the cost of war. Friends of mine were killed in combat. Experiencing firsthand that high human cost of war caused me, 20-something-year-old from Hawaii, I had left my seat in the state legislature to volunteer to deploy with my brothers and sisters in my unit to Iraq. And so recognize the cost of war, I think, in 2 fundamental ways. Number one is the high human cost of war on our troops and on the people in the country where this war was being waged, and also the cost on American taxpayers. Seeing then back as, again, 2005, and recognizing KBR Halliburton, one of the biggest defense contracting companies then, and I know that they are still very much in that business now. Dick Cheney being connected with that company at one point or another. But in our camp specifically, which was one of the larger ones in Iraq at that time, there wasn't anything that happened in our camp that didn't have the KBR Halliburton logo imprinted on it. We had a big shack-looking place where we ate our meals. They call it a dining facility, the DFAC in the military. And they served 4 meals a day. They brought in, and they being KBR Halliburton, they imported workers in from places like Nepal and Sri Lanka and the Philippines to come in and cook food and work at this dining facility. I got curious about how much it costs us as taxpayers. And so I started asking around some of the people, and I think at that time it was like, well, every time a soldier or a service member walks through the door, if I were to go in for breakfast and grab a banana and walk out, that's an automatic $35 per head, per meal, 4 times a day, thousands and thousands of people. And then we made friends. There's a pretty large Filipino community in Hawaii. A lot of Filipino soldiers from Hawaii. We made friends with the Filipino workers who were there. They would often go in like the back of the tents and set up their own like rice cookers and cook their own meals, which is where the real good food was. But just started talking to them and getting to know them. And asked like, hey, how much do you get paid? And on average, it was like, oh, I get paid like $500 a month. $500 a month to go and do this work of either, cleaning out porta potties, picking up trash, the dining facility, doing laundry, all of these different tasks, because the military wanted soldiers to be out doing things that only soldiers could do. Understandable. But when I started putting, 2 and 2 together and knowing that this company, one company alone, was making trillions of dollars, and yet this Filipino mom is making $500 a month, maybe getting 1 day off a week, maybe working 12 hours a day otherwise. I said, how often are you able to go home to your family? Well, they'll let us go home a couple of weeks every other year. It was an eye-opening experience that growing up in Hawaii, I frankly hadn't given much thought to before. But it's what led me ultimately coming back from that first deployment. There was no way that I could go back to the life that I had left behind. And I knew somehow, some way, I needed to find a way to use those experiences to try to make a positive impact, to try to influence those, frankly, the politicians who were making decisions to go and launch these regime change war and send our men and women in uniform into war, and to what end, ultimately.
If we can just go back to that list.
Yeah.
So the list is just name and injury. Name and injury.
Name, unit, potentially location, if someone had documented that, and their injury.
And it's just pages and pages of that.
Yeah. And I knew, I didn't get to call home every day, but when I called home and talked to my parents, I felt the tension in their voice. And, they didn't want me to worry about anything at home. And so they were always like, hey, how are you? What can we send you? And this and that. But, it wasn't like I was calling them from down the street and saying, hey, how's it going? Let's go have lunch or whatever. And so I knew that the reason for that tension was they were terrified of getting a phone call delivering the worst possible news. And that was what I thought of as I went through that list of how, it is the reality of war. Behind every one of those names on that list was, a husband or a wife, parents, sons and daughters, family members, who had no idea what we were dealing with, really. All they knew was what they saw on the news. And what my dad told me later when I got home after that deployment was that every time they saw the news and they saw a helicopter shot down or crashed or some IED, they held their breath until they saw or heard the news of who it was or what it was.
What can you say about what the soldiers had to go through physically and psychologically when they get injured?
The physical, some injuries appeared to be minor up front. At that time, traumatic brain injury was not something that was talked about much, if at all. And so, many had visible wounds. Others are now what we know appeared like, all right, cool, you checked out, but had invisible wounds. Those who were injured in a way that did not allow them to get back to work found it emotionally very difficult to be put on a plane and evacuated out of there, feeling guilty that they were leaving their friends behind, and not thinking about themselves, or not feeling bad for themselves, but instead feeling bad for being forced to be in a position to leave. For soldiers, it's not, of course, we all have our own political opinions on things, but when it comes right down to it, in a war zone, it's about your friends. It's about your brothers and sisters that you're serving alongside. It's not about the politicians or whatever insanity is going on in Washington. It's about getting up and going out, getting the job done, and coming back home together. I mean, I had friends of mine who were from Hawaii, who were from American Samoa, very culturally tight-knit community, who confided in me throughout that, year that we were there. Some of the very infantry soldiers who were going out on security patrols and doing raids every day. Just some of the very traumatic experiences that they went through. No physical injury, but creating a kind of emotional stress and trauma that as human beings they were struggling in dealing with. On a positive note, the Polynesian culture especially, but also Asian culture and other cultures around the world, our guys found that as they were, shortly after we got there, the unit that we were replacing, we're taking the guys out on patrol and saying, hey, here's this village, here's where we found friendlies, or here's where we know that there are insurgents operating and they've got allies and lookouts, and showing them the lay of the land, basically. And what our guys found was that as they were doing these ride-alongs, they call it a left seat, right seat, when you're coming in and taking over, that there was a bit of a tense, even adversarial type of relationship, where on the military side, there was an assumption of suspicion or lack of trust, just with the local Iraqi people who lived around the base that we were at. And without anybody telling them to, culturally, our guys began trying to build relationships. And, for Hawaii and Samoa, and we had soldiers from Guam and Saipan, little things like you're riding down in a Humvee, you've got a gunner in the turret with a 50 cal or a machine gun of some sort, little things like pointing the muzzle to the sky as you're riding through a town rather than pointing it directly at where people are walking down the street was a huge gesture of an assumption of, hey, let's actually talk and become friends. We had our guys riding down the street and throwing shakas out to the local people there, breaking bread, sharing tea, and building those relationships. And again, I served in a medical unit, and what we saw was a downward shift in casualties from the unit that had been there before us, simply because of that basic human connection that our guys sought to make, and then gradually finding like, hey, local, people who lived in the town right next to us were saying, hey, you guys should really, somebody was digging a big hole a mile down the road. You might want to bypass that or check that out, and finding weapons caches and improvised explosive devices and other things that helped save people's lives.
On the cost side of things, how is it possible for a company like Halliburton or others to get away with $40 bananas, or however much it was? So the overhead costs.
Look, what they will claim is that it's expensive to move logistics through a country at war. But they get away with it ultimately. This insane war profiteering, and they're not alone. Obviously, there are other companies that this is their business model. They get away with it because of their political connections and the lobbyists that they have, the relationships they have with politicians, and ultimately what President Eisenhower warned against with regard to that cozy relationship between Congress and even what he called then the military-industrial complex. It's been alive and well. He warned us against it, and I would say it's thriving more now than ever before.
How powerful is the military-industrial complex? As a thing, is it a machine that can be slowed down, can be stopped, can be reversed?
It can be. It's powerful. I don't think you can overstate the powerful nature of it, because it extends so deeply within our government. It's not just those in these specific big defense contracting companies that benefit from it. You look at the revolving door within the Pentagon, for example, where you have both high-ranking people who wear military uniforms as well as those who serve as high-ranking Department of Defense civilians who are literally working their way into a big payout when they leave that job. We see it with our own Secretary of Defense now. He retired as a general officer, went and served on one of the boards for one of the big defense contractors, and then now back as the Secretary of Defense. We see the same thing in Congress with members of Congress and senior professional staffers in Congress. Same exact revolving door where you have people, whether they're writing contracts for the Department of Defense for the company that then wins the bid for that contract and then going and working for that company, or those in Congress who are writing policies and doing exactly the same thing.
You have been both a war hawk and a war dove at times. So what is your philosophy on when war is justified and when it is not?
War is justified when it is in the best interest of our national security, and when it is the last resort. When all diplomatic efforts have been completed and exhausted, and war is the last possible route that must be taken to ensure the safety, security, and freedom of the American people.
So that's a high level, beautiful ideal, but there's messy details. So terrorism, for example.
Yes.
The United States' involvement in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan was in part the big umbrella of the war on terrorism. So, when you decide whether something's justified or not, and whether something can be defeated or not, how hard is it? Is it even possible? To what degrees is it possible to defeat terrorism?
Well, first of all, there's part of the problem of our foreign policy has been how many conflicts, wars, military actions have been security. Legislation like the Patriot Act that violates civil liberties, our civil liberties and freedoms in the name of the war on terrorism and national security when it's not justified. And so I'll use Afghanistan as an example. I support the initial mission that lifted off shortly after the attack on 9/11, the Islamist terrorist attack on 9/11. It was a relatively small group of U.S. military launched to go after those Al-Qaeda cells and Osama bin Laden in the wake of that attack. That is the mission that should have been supported and focused on in its execution. Instead, as you know, attention was diverted very quickly to the regime change war in Iraq that was waged on false pretenses, and the resources and focus taken away from that initial mission that went to Afghanistan. And the war in Afghanistan blew up into something that became about regime change and governance and the Taliban and less focus on Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. And it became this thing that even general officers had a hard time articulating. What is the objective here? What are we trying to accomplish? What does winning look like? At what point do we know it's time to exit and get out? And if you, as you look at things like the Afghanistan files and others, the answers to these simple and essential questions shifted and changed over time, over a very long time. Similarly in Iraq, I bought into a lot of what was being sold by the administration and by Democrats and Republicans and Congress at the time. And very quickly, even as I was on the ground there, started to have my eyes opened up into how we had been lied to tremendously, and how that protracted war went on for a very, very long time, with decisions being made that ultimately served to strengthen terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, the creation of ISIS and others, really undermining our national security interests in the meantime. Understanding the enemy that you are trying to defeat is essential to being able to build a strategy. The declaration of President Biden, for example, saying, well, the war on terror is over. The war on terror is over. What does that mean? Or the forever wars are over. What does that actually mean? I served on my most recent deployment in 2021 to East Africa, in Somalia, where Al-Shabaab is one of those Islamist terrorist groups that follows the same ideology as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hamas, and others. This group has been allowed to grow and be strengthened, even though they are one of the main groups that provides funding to Al-Qaeda in that entire region. So any president or politician can declare war to be over. But when you have an enemy like these Islamist terrorist groups who are still intent on their goal and their objective, which is to ultimately establish their Islamic caliphate and, destroy Israel and exterminate the Jewish people and basically kill or convert anyone who doesn't adhere to their ideology. That continues on, and they will only become stronger the longer our leaders put their heads in the sand and pretend like, oh no, this doesn't exist. This kind of war, this war specifically, is one that has to be waged militarily and ideologically. And the ideological component to this, which is defeating their ideology with a superior one, is one that I pointed out in Congress during the Obama administration. The collective, we were failing at. The Obama administration was failing at because they were so afraid of being labeled Islamophobes that they refused to accurately identify the ideology driving these terrorist groups and instead said, oh, we are countering violent extremism, was the term that the Obama administration started to use and was coined and kind of mandated across the US government. Well, you have to know the enemy that threatens you and why they're doing what they're doing if you have any hope of actually preventing their attack, both militarily and as we're seeing now with Hamas's actions, not only directly in the assault on Israel, but how Hamas achieved their objectives in spreading their ideology around the world.
If you look at the lessons learned from the U.S. involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq, how do you fight terrorism?
Clearly understanding who they are and where they are and why they're doing what they're doing is essential, first of all. And obviously there are different groups, different names. They have morphed and changed based on their locale and how they operate. Building relationships with people in other countries, both state leaders as well as religious leaders and others who share that same objective of defeating these Islamist terrorists on both fronts, and acting as a united front in taking that action. What exactly that action looks like, details on the ground dictate that. Details about these different groups will dictate that. But we've seen examples of this before, and I saw this in Somalia. We saw it in some cases in Iraq, where, for example, you have imams who recognize the threat that these terrorist groups pose to their own people and their own communities, and exerting their influence in defeating that the terrorist Islamist ideology with their own teachings of Islam and preaching peace amongst their people. War is ugly and it is messy. It is also an unfortunate reality of the world we live in. So while I firmly believe we must always pursue peace, I'm not a pacifist. I'm a realist, and recognize that where there are these threats, we must do what we can to work towards that safety, that security, that freedom and peace that we all want.
If we look at the perspective of Israel in the Israel-Gaza war going on now, what do you do with the fact that the death of a civilian serves as a catalyst, gives birth to hate, potentially generational hate? So in Israel's stated goal of destroying Hamas, they are creating immeasurable hate. What do you do with that? From a perspective of Israel, what is the correct action to take in response to October 7th?
It's a complex question with a complex answer. I think Israel's approach has to be in recognizing that delineation as far as possible. And I know it's tough when you have a terrorist group like Hamas that is so interwoven within the community of people in Gaza. But to recognize that there should be and there is a shared purpose there for the Palestinian people to be able to live free and in peace and not under the oppression of this terrorist group, just as the people of Israel would like to live in peace and free from the threat of attack from a terrorist group that wants to exterminate them. The complexities of what's going on in Israeli politics is, I think, a different conversation, but also one that is directly intertwined with the answer to this question when you have some people in the Israeli government who don't want the Palestinian people in Gaza at all and want them to go and repatriate in other countries. I think that's a big problem, and that further exacerbates this hatred and resentment that continues to grow there. This is a generations long challenge, unfortunately, of the resentment and tension that exists between many Israelis and many Palestinians that can only be resolved when there's strong leadership representing both peoples who are able and willing to come together and recognize that the only way forward is to let the past be in the past and find a way towards peace in the future.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine will end?
The only way that this war ends is to do exactly what we're talking about. There has to be a brokered dialogue and conversation about peace that has to occur with representatives from Russia and Ukraine. It is really, truly heartbreaking to see both how efforts that began just weeks after Russia invaded Ukraine to do exactly this were thwarted by the Biden-Harris administration and other Western powers, has cost so many innocent people's lives. And this is where I have friends in Ukraine. I've been there more than a few times. I've enjoyed and appreciated the time that I've spent there. When I hear from my friends about how afraid they are of their husbands being conscripted and, feeling like they have to hide for fear of being yanked off the streets, their friends and family members who've been killed in this war. The only way this ends is when both sides come to the table and find an agreement that neither side is going to be completely happy with, both sides being forced to make some concessions, but one where they will both walk away and this war can end.
What's the role of the U.S. president, perhaps, to bring everybody to the table? Do you think that the U.S. president should sit down with Zelensky and Putin together?
Yes. In an ideal world, yes. This should have happened long ago. The question of whether or not President Biden is the right person to do this time, when all of the statements and comments that they have made, the Biden-Harris administration has made from the beginning of this war, essentially point to their objective being to basically destroy Russia. And that's one of the reasons why they have supported both the continuation of this war for as long as it's lasted, as well as why they have thwarted efforts towards peace. Whoever that most effective neutral broker is, that's the best person to do this. The Biden-Harris administration, I think the role that they have to take is actually encouraging Zelensky to sit down and begin this process. Those kinds of engagements are to me, the most powerful exercises of diplomacy that can't be matched, especially when our president's foremost role and responsibility is to serve as commander-in-chief. And I wish that we had leaders who were more willing to engage, because I think we'd make a lot more progress more quickly, and to find areas both of mutual interest as well as to help deconflict and de-escalate areas where there is tension or disagreement or adversarial interests.
Well, some of it is basic human camaraderie. Like, people call me naive for this, but sometimes just knowing that there's a human on the other
Yes.
side, even like when it's in private. If you look at Zelensky and Putin, for example, just humor. Both are very intelligent, witty, at times even funny people. Yes, this is wartime. Yes, a lot of civilians and soldiers are dying. There's hate. But if you can look above it all and think about the future of the countries, the flourishing of a people, and the stopping of the death of civilians and soldiers, then in that place you can have that basic human connection.
I agree. I don't think that's naive at all. And I think there are so many examples through history that point to the power of that, the real power in that. In the Cuban Missile Crisis, how JFK had to literally find a secret way to communicate with Khrushchev to try to go around the backs of the military commanders who were urging him to take military action, and instead find, hey, we both ultimately want the same thing. Neither of us wants to launch a catastrophic nuclear war, so let's figure this out.
Of course, there's examples throughout history. Leaders are complicated people. They're manipulative people. So you have like Hitler and Chamberlain meeting, and Chamberlain kind of getting hoodwinked by Hitler's charisma and being convinced that Hitler doesn't have any interest in invading and destroying the rest of the world. So, you have to...
Smart. Don't be hoodwinked.
You've been criticized for this. You've met with Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, and as part of the campaign, running for president, got criticized for not calling him a war criminal. What's the right way to meet and communicate with these kinds of leaders?
We, as I just stated, we need leaders who have the courage to meet not just with allies, but with adversaries in the pursuit of peace, in the pursuit of increased understanding. If policies are being made through the lenses and the barriers of bureaucrats and the media and others who have or may have their own interests, our president, a leader, can't make, even members of Congress can't make decisions with the kind of clarity that we, the American people, need them to make. I think that these kinds of engagements are weaponized and politicized, as they were against me, by those who have their own interests, whether it be the military-industrial complex or in Washington. If you're not part of the official narrative of the U.S. government, which was intent on a regime change war in Syria, then you're an outcast. And it was unfortunate because people levied all kinds of accusations and smears against me for going and having the audacity to go and learn more, try to seek the truth in the hopes of preventing more needless war and in the hopes of preventing yet another quagmire and disastrous war in the Middle East. And simply foregoing and, yes, meeting with Assad, also meeting with religious leaders in Syria, also meeting and talking with people on the streets of Damascus, talking with college students, talking with people from the opposition party who would like to see Assad replaced. Talking with local law, just a whole host of people over the course of a few days. The accusation was levied like, oh, she's she loves dictators. It's a sad state of affairs when some of the most influential voices in our country will label someone a lover or supporter of dictators simply because you're saying, hey, we shouldn't be going to war. There is another way. And I'm not alone in this. People who were against the war in Iraq were given similar labels until it became, popular in our politics to have been against the Iraq war. We see the same thing now with people like Tucker, myself, and others who are saying we should not be waging this proxy war against Russia via Ukraine and using the Ukrainian people's lives in this war. Well, now all of a sudden you're a Putin lover, or a Putin puppet, or whatever, the traitor, treason, all of these accusations that are used ultimately by people who are not interested in having a substantive conversation about the truth, about looking at these wars and conflicts, with a comprehensive view on exactly all the dynamics that are at play. And that's what I found when I came back. I went to Syria looking forward to coming back and shedding light on different perspectives, experiences, and stories that I found that would give people a more broad understanding of what was happening in that country. And what I found was there was zero interest in the mainstream media or in Congress in hearing any other perspective other than their own, which was, we need to launch this regime change war through the use of arming and equipping known terrorists within Syria to overthrow the regime, without any idea, without them stating any realistic idea of who would take control once Assad was overthrown. But the reality actually being that no matter which opposition group they might try to prop up, they would not have the power to withstand the terrorist groups whose stated goal it was to go and take over power from Assad. They had no interest in trying to gain true understanding. And it was very disheartening. It was very disheartening, and a big lesson learned about where their interests really were focused.
Yeah, it's a simplistic narrative template that's fit into every single situation. A lot of stuff is not talked about on the Russia-Ukraine war. One of the things that's not talked about is, okay, so Putin is overthrown, then who do you think will come into power?
Exactly.
And one of the things I talk about with Aristovich is that Putin, and he gets criticized for this, that Putin, out of all the people that might take power, is the most liberal, is the most dovish.
Mm.
In fact, every indication shows that he really hates this war.
Mm.
And so everybody that will step in, if he steps down or if he is overthrown, is just going to accelerate this war and the expansionism and the thirst for empire and all that kind of stuff that the U.S. military industrial complex will feed into. So you have to think about what the future holds and what the different power players are and what the level of corruption there is, and sort of the realistic view of the situation versus the idealistic view of the situation.
Just on that note, real quick, I think that was exposed in broad daylight when it appeared that the former head of the Wagner Group was about to try to launch a coup, and how that was so celebrated, even on like MSNBC and Rachel Maddow and others touting that this was somehow going to be a great thing, without looking at, who is this guy really? What has he been doing in different countries around the world? And what would be his kind of ruling philosophy, and how that would differ or benefit American interests or the interest of security and peace.
But also the interest of Ukraine and Russia
True.
and humanity overall. Just
True.
the flourishing of nations, which is great for everybody, and collaborations with nations.
I agree.
Friendly competition. One of the things I love about the 20th century is the friendly, sometimes not so friendly, competition between the Soviet Union and the United States in the space race. It's created some incredible engineering and scientific breakthroughs and all of this, and also made people dream about like reaching out to the stars.
Yeah.
War destroys all of that, or damages it. Hopefully just damages it. Hopefully it will the phoenix will rise again. Well, let me ask you about the criticism you've mentioned of this, probably the most common criticism of you, that you love Putin. So just to linger on it, what do you think is the foundation of this criticism?
Well, I'll tell you when it began. You know, I had my first day in Congress was January 3rd, 2013. I believe it was the 3rd, 4th, 5th, somewhere around there. And my last day was January 3rd, 2021. I had been given my experience of serving as a soldier in the Middle East, and the motivation that really drove me to run for Congress in the first place. I served on the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Armed Services Committee for almost 8 years. The 8 years that I was there, with my drive and motivation to actually be in a position to challenge the influence of the military-industrial complex, to try to prevent us from needlessly going to war. And so, you know, the likes of Hillary Clinton and the cabal of warmongers in Washington, they weren't fans of mine, to say the least. I can't say it was a total surprise, but it was disheartening nonetheless that the very day that I announced my candidacy, that I was running for president, which was in February 2019, the hour that I walked up onto that stage to announce my candidacy, was in Hawaii, and I gave my announcement speech. NBC News published a hit piece that planted the seeds of suspicion in voters' minds that somehow I was a darling of Putin and Russia and whatever. It was baseless, all of it baseless. And that continued like a steady drumbeat throughout my candidacy, but that really was escalated when, in a podcast with David Axelrod, Hillary Clinton said, "Oh, well, the Russians are grooming her." And this is not, this came from a very influential person.
Yeah.
She was the former Secretary of State, former U.S. Senator, former lady, someone who wielded and continues to wield a lot of power in the Democratic Party and amongst voters. And that took it to a whole new level. What is the basis for this? Nothing. It is a tired yet dependable playbook that is used not only by people like Hillary Clinton, but also people like Mitt Romney and others to try to smear, discredit, and destroy the reputations of people who have the audacity to question their objectives as they call for one war or another, or have the audacity to say that this is not in the best interest of peace or in our country and our national security. They keep going back to this playbook, as they do today, because, again, they're not willing to debate the substance of one position versus another, which is what we should have. If people feel so strongly that we should be going and waging this war or that war, okay, great. Go make your case to the American people. Go stand on the floor of the United States House and actually have this debate. Allow those who are saying, no, this is not a good idea, to also stand freely and make that argument. Instead, they resort to the kind of name calling that tells voters, hey, you can't trust this person or anything that they say. Myself and some of my other colleagues got the same treatment when we tried to pass legislation in Congress that would have taken out provisions from the Patriot Act that are most egregiously violating our Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties. Authorities that have allowed our government to illegally surveil Americans without a warrant. And as we did so, we're called traitors. We were called, we had other members of Congress on the House floor saying that if you pass this legislation, you will be responsible for another 9/11 style attack on our soil. These are all distraction tactics to try to divert our attention away from what's actually happening, and instead just tell voters, hey, you can't trust these people. Obviously, this has happened to Trump. It's happened to Bobby Kennedy. It's happened to people like Rand Paul and others. There's a small group, but a growing number at least among the Republican side at this point, people who are actually willing to stand up and challenge the military-industrial complex, challenge the warmongers in both parties.
Well, people on the left have challenged the warmongers as well throughout the last few decades.
Less so recently. I agree with you, but less so recently. And this is one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party. One of the foremost reasons. I devote an entire chapter to this issue in my book, For Love of Country, Leave the Democrat Party Behind, going into the detail of some of the things we've talked about my own experiences, about what I have learned along the way, but also how, even in the last year, 2 years, certainly under this administration, people who I worked with in Congress who were Democrats, dependable voices for civil liberties, dependable voices speaking out against the insanity of people who wanted to wage war for the sake of war, they're largely silent now. And unfortunately, within the Democratic Party in Washington, there is no room for debate. That if you challenge the Biden administration's position on foreign policy, you're going to hear about it. And what we have seen is that's exactly what's happened, and people have retracted statements or just fallen silent, or whatever the case may be. This debate that should be existent within both parties on the Democrat side, unfortunately, it just doesn't exist anymore.
There seems to be some kind of mass hysteria over the war in Ukraine. It was strange to watch that the nuance aspect of the discussion was lost very quickly. It was Putin bad.
Right.
There was a war between good and evil.
Right.
And in that, if you bring up any kind of nuanced discussion of like, how do we actually achieve peace in the situation, you're immediately put on the side of evil.
Yeah. Which is pretty sick when you think about it.
I mean, it's, the cynical view is, of course, it's the military-industrial complex machine, the war profiteers just driving this kind of conversation.
Yeah.
I hope I hope they don't have that much power. I hope they just have incentives and they push people and they kind of use people's natural desire to divide the world into good and evil and fight for the side of good. People just have a natural proclivity for that. And that's a good thing, that we want to fight for the side of good, but then that gets captured.
And manipulated.
Yeah.
Yes. I admire your hopefulness. I am hopeful also because of the goodness in people and the naturally compassionate nature of people. However, I will tell you from firsthand experience that what we talk about is the national security state and the military-industrial complex, this cabal of warmongers that extends not only within government but outside of government, extends to many powerful media outlets. They are incredibly powerful and don't have any qualms at destroying those who try to get in the way of their power. And they've got a lot of tools. They've got a lot of tools to do that, which I think is why President Eisenhower chose to include this in his farewell address as a warning, because the only recourse, the only real power that has the ability to destroy them and stand up against them is a free people living in a free society, exercising the rights that we have enshrined in the Constitution and Bill of Rights.
Just talked to Annie Jacobson. She wrote a book on nuclear war, a scenario of how a nuclear war will happen second by second, minute by minute. I apologize. If it happens, how it would happen. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying how easy it is to start. That one person can start it, first of all, and then there's no way to stop it. Even potentially with tactical nuclear weapons, that it's just the machinery of it, how clueless everybody is, combined with the machinery of it, it's just impossible to stop. And it's just between rushing that the United States especially, and then all of a sudden you have nuclear winter and 5 billion people are dead. And they die through just essentially torture, slowly. How do we avoid that? How do we avoid a nuclear war? How do we? That's something that you talk about and think about. How do we avoid this kind of escalation of hot war?
I think the most essential thing, first of all, is understanding exactly what you have just detailed. We are in this very strange and absurd time where we have talking heads and so-called pundits on TV. We have politicians. We have people who are talking about a nuclear war as though it is a war that can be won, period. And a war that can be waged somehow without that risk of escalation to the point of destruction of human civilization. And so they talk about this as though it's just another war, and especially as they talk about the use of tactical nuclear weapons. Oh, well, this is small, and we think it'll send a message without actually escalating to the point where we're dealing with the kind of destruction that we witnessed in World War II. That's a dangerous thing when it becomes like normalized as, well, we've got this new missile that'll go and it's targeted and it's strategic and it'll only harm this quote unquote military target. Ronald Reagan was 100% correct when he said, a nuclear war cannot be won and should never be waged. It was true then, and it's true now, no matter how much these guys who are producing these weapons or those who are benefiting from that industry try to tell us, oh no, it'll never happen. So to me, that's an important first step to continue to inform and educate and sound the alarms to people. Don't buy this crap because it's not true. And I look forward to listening to your podcast. But the PSA that was put out by New York City's Emergency Management Office about what to do in the event of a nuclear attack, you would find it funny if it wasn't so deeply disturbing. How they created this public service announcement, they distributed it everywhere across the city, on the internet, I think it was on the radio, where you had a woman who appeared to be an actor coming in and saying, hey, in the event of when the big one hits, here's what you should do. Focus on doing these 3 things. And I'm paraphrasing, but I encourage you to watch it. I'm paraphrasing, but she said, get inside, stay inside, and stay tuned. That was it. And, get inside, go away from the windows. Stay inside, don't go outside until you get the all clear. And stay tuned. Follow our account on Instagram and Twitter. And at the very end of this short PSA, she said her closing words were, "We've got this." And it was so disturbing in that it was so completely out of touch with reality. It creates this kind of false sense of security that, okay, well, it's kind of like, here's what you do when a tornado hits or when a big storm hits. And categorizing the big one, a nuclear attack, within that same kind of preparedness that you would want people to have in the event of a natural disaster of some sort. And it is reflective of the carelessness with which people in our government, that careless attitude that people in our government have towards nuclear war and a nuclear attack, even as they set us up for failure in pushing us to the closer and closer to the brink of a nuclear war occurring, whether it be an intentional attack or, as we saw during the last Cold War, one that could be launched unintentionally. how many near misses were there during the last Cold War. I saw this documentary called The Man Who Saved the World, and it was some like mid-level officer who happened to be on duty and who didn't do what he was told in launching the nuclear missiles because of what they thought was an incoming attack. And it turned out to be a complete mistake or misread on the radar. But that's what we're facing.
But by the way, there's so many things to say there. But one of the things that Annie Jacobson details is just how organized the machinery of all of this is, where the humans involved don't have to think. They just follow orders. There's a very clear set of steps you take, and there's very few places where you can inject your humanity and be like, wait a minute, what's the big picture of this? The only person that can think is the President of the United States. The President of the United States gets 6 minutes after the warning. The early warning system says, whether it's false or not, says that we believe that there's been a nuclear weapon launched. You have 6 minutes before you can make the decision of launch back, initiate. And to me, that's what I'm voting based on.
Right.
In the current situation, you really have to see that as one of the most important aspects
I agree.
of the United States president, is who do you trust in those 6 minutes to sit there? And I'm not really sure, looking at Biden and Trump, boy, I don't know. But I do know that I would like somebody who is thinking independently and not part of the machinery of warmongers. That's really good. I mean, I don't want to make it sound cynical or dramatic, but sometimes in such scary situations, in such dramatic situations, you kind of follow the momentum.
Yes.
When the right thing to do, the right thing for a leader to do, is to step back and look of all human history, and ignore all the people in the room that are like saying stuff, because most likely what they're going to be saying is warmongery type of things.
Yes.
That's one of the things why I also get criticized for. I still think Zelensky's a hero for staying in Kiev. Everybody was telling him to flee. It was all the information was basically saying this, the world's second biggest military is like coming at Kiev. It's just dumb on all fronts to stay in Kiev. But that's what a great leader does, is ignores everybody and stays.
Yeah.
Screw it. I'm going to die for my country. I'm going to die as a leader. And that's the right thing for a leader to do.
It's sad that, I mean, that to me, that's what we should expect of our leaders, is exactly that. And it's sad that having a leader in that position fulfill their responsibility and the oath they take is seen as a heroic act, when we should, like, that's your job. That's what we elect our leaders to do, and yet so many have failed. But to your point, it's not cynical at all to know that in those rooms, especially in these moments of crisis, unfortunately, there are the predominant, prevailing opinion of this warmongering establishment that's not specific to one party is the knee-jerk reaction, which is to go to war or to execute an act of war. And this is one of the biggest costs of this establishment, destroying the reputations of and smearing and trying to cancel and censor those who are voices of peace, or just those who take a contrarian position and say, well, hey, why don't we just pause for a moment and actually think this through? Why don't we talk through what happens if we take this course of action? What happens if we go down a different path? Let's actually be thoughtful about what our options are for A, B, and C, and then make the decision in a thoughtful manner based on that. even advocating for that is seen as a kind of heresy in the warmongering establishment in Washington. And the cost of this, the cost of their retaliation against those who are reasonable voices, who look at the world as it is, not some fantasy that they wish existed, is in those rooms during those critical moments, people will, even if they know in their heart or their mind that this could end really badly, their instinct is to self-censor and not speak up, because they don't want to experience the wrath and ire, whether it be coming from 4-star generals or the secretaries of state or defense or these high-ranking people in positions of power and influence. They don't want to be the one guy in the room who's just like, hey guys, let's just take a breath and actually think this through. What will happen, not just in the immediate response of this action that you're advocating for, but what are all of the other people, other actors, stakeholders in the world? How will they respond? And then how will we respond to them? How will they respond to us? Actually go through this exercise of, in the military, this is commonly referred to as, what are the second, third, fourth order of effects that will occur as a result of pursuing a specific course of action.
It's weird how difficult it is to be that person in the room.
It requires courage,
Yeah, but
which is sad, but it requires courage.
But why does it require, like, even just to ask, okay, we've been in Afghanistan and Iraq for this number of years. What's the exit plan?
Right.
Just bring that up, like, every day at a meeting.
Yeah.
Like, what's the exit plan? It's strange that gets criticized. Well, the war in Iraq and so on. But I just remember there was this pressure. You can't quite criticize or like ask dumb questions about, wait, what? Why are we going into Iraq again? Like,
But they're not dumb questions.
right. In retrospect, you're like, oh, they're not dumb questions at all.
Yeah.
But it actually required a lot of courage
Yeah.
to ask them while still working within the institution. It's easier if you're like an activist from the outside saying,
Sure.
no war, this kind of stuff. But within the institution, in the position of power, to ask the questions like, maybe let's not.
Yeah.
It seems really difficult. Yeah. The same kind of thing in the war in Ukraine, and just any kind of military involvement. Again, I guess the cynical interpretation is that it's the military-industrial complex that permeates
Yes.
the halls of power.
It does. And what is behind the military-industrial complex? And there are different examples of this. You can look at the pharmaceutical industry as well. There's a huge amount of money and a huge amount of power that wields tremendous influence over members of Congress. There are different examples of this, across different sectors of our society. But I think the military-industrial complex over time has proven itself to be the most powerful and influential. And that's what is behind it. Is this is why they try to destroy anyone who dares to ask the most obvious questions. Is because it is about power and wielding power.
Well, the cool thing about the United States president is they have the power to say "F you" to everybody in the room. I think
They
just seems
do.
like they don't quite take that power. Like, people will say like, yeah, the U.S. president doesn't have that much power. I don't know about that. Just like if you look at the law, especially in the military, when you're talking about war and the military, they have a lot of power.
Yes.
So they can fire everybody. Like, they have a lot of power. They can stop wars. They can start wars. They have a lot of power.
The position of the presidency certainly does. Unfortunately, we have people too often who assume the presidency from a position of weakness because they're afraid of losing power. And so they make those calculated decisions not based on what is right, or for the right reasons, but instead driven by fear of loss of power and loss of influence. And that's where, especially given all that we are facing, we need leaders in the presidency and in Congress who have courage to be that voice in the room, to ask about to remain mindful of and rooted in the Constitution. To even as we are seeing this legislation being billed as the anti-TikTok bill, that's really not about TikTok. It's about freedom of speech.
Can you actually explain that, Bill?
Yes, this is another, I guess the bottom line up front is this is another piece of legislation being expedited through Congress with strong bipartisan support in the name of national security interests that is essentially a power grab and an assault on freedom and liberty. And I'll just say this in I think probably like the top three things that they're not actually telling us that's in the bill. Freedom of speech. It's our ability to be able to express ourselves, whether it be in person, on a podcast, on a social media platform, in a newspaper, whatever the platform may be. This legislation gives the executive the power to decide which platforms are acceptable for us to be able to use. TikTok itself, like the words TikTok is not actually in the bill, but it gives the power to the president to decide who is a foreign adversary single-handedly, no consultation with or agreement from members of Congress or anyone else. It actually gives the power to a cabinet secretary to designate who is a foreign adversary, and if a social media platform has at least 20% ownership in a social media platform, that platform may be banned from doing business in America, essentially. But it's not just a foreign state actor that could be named as a foreign adversary. It also includes a line in the legislation that if, let's say, a person has at least 25% financial interest or ownership in a social media platform, they're an American citizen who may be working or living in some other country, or working or living here but doing business with other countries. If the executive branch of our government decides that this individual is under the influence of or controlled by someone that they deem a foreign adversary, then that platform must not do business in America. And that person, obviously, even an American citizen, is banned from conducting that business. They must divest, essentially. So when you look at, and this is where there's been a lot of chatter around this, when you look at Elon Musk, for example, well, you already have people in the Biden administration, even President Biden himself, implying that Elon Musk's activities need to be investigated. Well, he is someone with Tesla who does business in a lot of countries, including China, and therefore he must be investigated. It is not at all a stretch of imagination to say that X could be the next platform that the executive branch decides, nope, we've designated this person to be a foreign adversary, and therefore his business interest cannot be allowed for this social media platform, cannot be allowed to exist. We've seen this already with people accusing him and X of interfering in our elections. Again, it's ironic that it's coming from the Democratic Party that they are claiming that a guy who has said himself he's committed to free speech and is allowing free speech on his platform and is not allowing the federal government to manipulate his platform by deeming which accounts are okay to post their content and which accounts are not because of disinformation or whatever they claim it to be. It's not an accident that the social media platforms that have been proven to take action at the behest of the federal government and the White House to censor certain voices, they're not included with or being targeted at all in this legislation or outside of it. Yet other platforms that are not cooperating or collaborating somehow are. So the underlying issue here, this is being sold as TikTok and national security, But ultimately, even as Ron Paul said, this is legislation that's the greatest assault on liberty since the Patriot Act was passed.
It's quite dark that it's just a grab for power.
It is.
I mean, it's not just with Elon. It's probably with Zuck, with Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. It puts pressure. It's not just about banning, but it puts pressure for them to kind of moderate behavior,
Yes.
which is a slippery slope. Of course, it's a beautiful dance of power because you don't want tech companies to have too much power either, or individuals at the top of those tech companies have too much power. But then, do you want that power in the hands of government?
No.
The history of this nation is a fascinatingly effective journey towards the balance of power, and it does seem like this sneaky little thing. As much as I hate TikTok on all fronts, my brain rots every time I use TikTok. I know it's also like the national security dangers of China and so on, but it's just like TikTok, man. I don't. It's so addicting. It's so addicting. So when I first saw this TikTok bill, I was like, yes, on all fronts. But then they got me. The Trojan horse got me. No,
they all, and and this is like the Social Dilemma documentary, I think, exposed a lot that there is so much, there's so much that these algorithms do in these various social media platforms that's problematic, to say the least. Data security and privacy is a serious issue. These are serious things. And so let's have a conversation about these serious things. And cease these attempts to try to have our government try to tell us what we are and aren't allowed to see, where we are and aren't allowed to say what we want to say. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, more and more trust people to whenever social media companies do bullshitty things, for the people to make documentaries about it, to discover it, for great journalists to do great journalism,
right,
and find the flaws and the hypocrisy and the call for transparency, all those kinds of things. I don't trust in most cases government regulation of technology companies because they seem to be really out of touch.
Yeah.
They want power.
Yeah,
they're really intimidated by the power that companies have, and two, they don't seem to get at the technology at all. So they're like hindering innovation, and they're just greedy for power.
Yeah.
And those are
it's
not
a bad combination.
It's a bad combination.
And the thing here too, though, is this extends far beyond social media companies. This is a very specific example, but it's one example of many how those who are greedy for power are continuing to try to find ways to tell us how to live our lives. They are increasingly trying to tell us, again, what we're allowed to see and hear, whether it be social media companies or what shows up in a Google search engine, for example. And if they're not finding a willing and compliant social company or big tech company, then they're looking for ways to reach their hand into those tech companies and force compliance. But in the age of disinformation, misinformation, hate speech, all of the excuses that are given for government, either directly or indirectly through big tech, to try to censor certain voices, it really undermines the truth, which is the way to defeat bad speech is with better speech and more speech. Whether it's hate speech or things that you might be offended by or things that you might disagree with, the answer is not to have some entity with the power of censorship and being the quote-unquote authority to decide what is good speech and acceptable and what is bad speech and unacceptable. It's what you said. Let's encourage this debate and encourage people who are inspired by, like, no, man, I saw this thing, or this thing is happening and it's pissing me off, so I'm going to bring a superior argument. I'm going to show what the right way is. And gosh, this is what our founders envisioned for us as a society in this country. and we would be so much stronger with a more engaged people and a more informed people if we had this and had it supported.
Do you think what are the chances that the TikTok ban bill passes?
The way that it passed through the House of Representatives with such an overwhelming bipartisan support and so quickly, and President Biden saying that if it comes across his desk, he'll sign it. I thought it would pass through very quickly. I'm only slightly encouraged by the fact that the Senate at least appears to be saying, hey, there are serious free speech concerns around this bill, serious civil liberties concerns around this bill. We need to do our due diligence. I won't say I'm cautiously optimistic because I understand how that place works, but their pause at least gives people the opportunity to continue to kind of sound the alarm and for people to call their senators and express their concerns with this that are very real, valid concerns.
Yeah, this is really messed up. Just in case we didn't make it clear, I think this is a really, really big danger if this thing passes. Even if you hate Elon Musk or you're whatever, this is really, really, really dangerous. If the government gets say over the platforms on which we communicate with each other, it's a huge problem.
And there's a section in there as well. Just kind of the last piece on this is if you use a VPN and you try to use a VPN to access this, you could have problems with the law. And you take that a step further and say, well, how would they know? There's a surveillance aspect to that. So once you start peeling back the layers of this really toxic onion, it really leads seriously to a pretty dark and dangerous and oppressive place.
You were a longtime Democrat. You were the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee until you resigned in 2016 to endorse Bernie. I should say I love Bernie. I loved him before he was cool. All right. Anyway, can you go through what happened in that situation?
Yeah.
And with the Democratic National Committee and with Bernie and why you resigned?
As a vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, one of the things that the rules of the DNC required was that officers of the DNC, of which we were, as I think there were 5 or 6 of us who were vice chairs at the time, you have to remain neutral in a Democratic primary. So you're not, as a party, supposed to be tipping the scales in any direction for any candidate during a primary election. And so I had no plans to get involved in for any candidate or against any candidate during that primary, and just the hopes of like, all right, we got to make sure that this is a fair and balanced primary so that voters have the best opportunity to vote for the candidate that they're choosing. I saw a couple of things pretty quickly. Number one is that the chair of the DNC at the time was a woman named Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a congresswoman out of Florida, and she made very serious decisions unilaterally that many times we found out about via tweet or press release that showed she was tilting the scales in the favor of Hillary Clinton in that 2016 primary. The other thing that I saw was how the mainstream media and those who are supposed to be in a position to be neutral arbiters to facilitate debates and forums and conversations so that voters can be best informed in who they want to vote for, were calling Hillary Clinton the most qualified person ever to run for president in the history of our country because of the positions that she had held as Secretary of State, as a U.S. Senator, as First Lady. And yet they glossed over those titles without ever asking questions even, or holding her to account for her record, especially in the area of foreign policy. The job she was running for was to be commander-in-chief, to be the president of the United States. That responsibility to serve as commander-in-chief is the foremost responsibility a president has. It's it's essentially the one area where the president can unilaterally make decisions without education, healthcare, immigration. Congress has to actually pass legislation. President can come through and say, hey, here's the policies that I want. Here's legislation that I'll propose. But those changes can't be made without Congress, working with Congress to pass them. So she was essentially being let off the hook for her record. As an American, as a soldier, as a veteran, that was a big problem for me. And so I made the decision to resign as vice chair of the DNC so that I could endorse Bernie Sanders, who largely at heart, I believe, is a non-interventionist. He hasn't focused a lot on foreign policy. It's not at the heart of what his focus has been for decades. But he was certainly far more of a non-interventionist than Hillary Clinton, who has shown through her record to be the queen of warmongers in Washington. I wanted to be in a position where I would have a platform to inform voters about her record so that they could make that decision for themselves, so that they could see, hey, in this, there is a clear contrast between these two candidates running in the Democratic primary. And that's what drove my decision to resign and to endorse Bernie Sanders. And that's what I went on to do throughout the rest of that primary election.
What do you like most about Bernie? The positive.
You know, what I like most about him is he is who he is.
Yeah.
Unapologetically so. Both in personality, but also in what he advocates for and what he's advocated for a long time. So, you know, you can agree or disagree with his positions, but he is who he is.
Like I said, you were a long-time Democrat. You ran for president in 2020 as a Democrat. Now you're an independent, and you're an excellent book describing your journey ideologically, philosophically through that. Why did you choose to leave the Democratic Party?
In the book, I go into a number of the central reasons why I made that choice. But fundamental to them is that the Democratic Party has become a party that is opposed to freedom, that is opposed to the central and foundational principles that exist within our founding documents, and that serve as the identity of who we are as Americans and what this country is supposed to be about. It has become a party that is controlled by this elitist cabal of warmongers who are driving forward this quote unquote woke agenda. And we see it through their racializing of everything. We see this through their defund the police mission. We see this through their open border policies. We see this through how in their education policy they are failing our kids, and how they are pushing this narrative that ultimately is a rejection of objective truth. The fact that it's a question up for debate about whether or not, well, actually, it's not a question up for debate for them. They are actively pushing for, boys who identify as girls to compete against girls in sports, changing our language so that the word woman, the identity of being a woman, is essentially being erased from our society. And it is the height of hypocrisy and, frankly, an act of hatred towards women that they are so intent on doing this. And ironic that it's coming from the party that for so long proclaimed themselves to be the greatest feminists and the most pro-woman party in the country. I go into detail around each of these issues and more in the book, but you will see as we go through each of these issues, fundamental and foundational to every one of them is that sadly the Democratic Party has become a party that is so consumed by their desire for power, this insatiable hunger for power, that they are willing to destroy our republic, our democracy, our freedom, just so that they can try to hold on to power and gain more power.
So these are just different mechanisms for power. The identity politics and the warmongering are related to each other in that they're mechanisms to attain more power.
Yes.
You know, you're making it sound like only the Democratic Party are full of power-hungry people. So to you, the Republican Party, I don't know if you've met those folks, but some of them,
A couple of them,
are also in love with power and,
Yes.
and are, at times, to some degree, politicians in general are corrupt. Sometimes within the legal bounds, sometimes slightly outside of the legal bounds. And so to what degree is sort of the Democratic Party is worse than the Republican Party? So I don't want to paint a picture of like this kind of beautiful vision of the Republican Party
No,
that they're somehow
doesn't
not
exist.
power hungry.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up. The book details why after 20 or so years as a member of the Democratic Party, I decided to leave. But also, and it goes through my experiences and things that I have seen and learned along the way. But I also point out exactly that fact in the book. But from the very beginning, with the prologue, is we should not be naive to think that this only exists within the Democratic Party. There are very serious problems within both of our political parties, specifically coming from politicians who are driven by this desire for power and who are so afraid of losing that power that they're willing to do whatever they feel they need to do, which centers around taking away our freedom, because the more free we are to make our own decisions, even if they may end up being the wrong decisions, but to learn from those things and know that we've got to live with the consequences, that the beauty and messiness of what a free society looks like. They're so afraid of us because they see us as the people and our freedom as the central threat to their ability to remain in power. I think the difference that we're seeing today is that, unfortunately, we talked about this a little bit, how the Democratic Party has become a party where you must walk in lockstep with the leadership of that party, or risk being faced with your reputation being destroyed and smeared and all of these different attacks. And the reason why they do that is to put people like me and Bobby Kennedy and others up as an example of saying, hey, if you step out of line, if you challenge us, this is what we're going to do to you. The Republican Party has also done that, and they also have politicians and leaders who are more interested in feeding the thriving system in the Washington establishment. But we're also seeing that the Republican Party also has some voices, and I would say increasing voices, of people, and I would put Donald Trump in this category, who are challenging the quote-unquote norms of the Republican Party that are represented by people like Nikki Haley or Mike Pence, for example. The Republican Party is not a monolithic entity, and it means different things to different people. And that's where I think the real challenge in this next election is less, it's really less about one political party over another, and it's more about our opportunity as voters to select leaders, first of all, to fire those who are against freedom and who are warmongers who, by their essence, are willing to take away our freedom in the name of national security, and vote for people. Nobody's perfect. We shouldn't hold anybody up on a pedestal, but vote for those who are committed to the Constitution and who hold those values that represent the interests of the people.
I'm not a fan of this choice, but here we are. Biden versus Trump. So let me ask you sort of a challenging question of pros and cons. Can you give me pros and cons of each? What's the biggest strength and biggest limitation of, let's say, Biden?
This is a tough question. I've known President Biden for a lot of years. I knew his son Beau, who served in the National Guard the same time that I did. I consider Joe Biden a friend. He is someone over the years that I've talked to and shared laughs with and spent time with in different situations. The positive characteristics that drew me to Joe Biden of the past, they are not represented in how he has led as president. And, I'll let the pundits theorize as to how that is or why that is. But the truth that I know exists, which points to his weakness, is that instead of listening to his better angels, he has instead, at every turn, if you go back and I look back to his inauguration speech where he promised to be a president for all Americans, and during his campaign promised to be the uniter in chief, to bring a country together that was deeply divided. That's the Joe Biden that I've known for many years, a guy who has worked with different people with different backgrounds and different political views, but tried to find at different points in time a way to work together. At every turn, he has done the exact opposite of what he spoke about during his inauguration speech, and has left us as the American people today more divided, less secure, both from an economic standpoint as well as a national security or a safety and security standpoint, and less free as a society and as a people.
So the biggest criticism would be he divided us, or continued the division that's been there. Who do you be the greatest uniter? Like, to me, over the past few decades, to me, Obama. You've been very critical of Obama on the foreign policy side, on many fronts. But to me, that guy did really good. Maybe some people say just rhetoric, but I think rhetoric matters when you're president. I think he was, out of all the presidents we had, is probably the most effective uniter of the people. Would that be fair to say?
During his 2008 campaign, yes. I think that his message resonated with so many people across generations and across, different views, different backgrounds, to where, people cried on the night that he was elected because they felt so hopeful. I talk to people, and I know people who set aside their entire lives to work on his campaign, to be a part of this hope and change mission that he laid out, that would bring us together. Some of the people that I know personally, they gave up their lives during the campaign, and after he won, they went to Washington, D.C. Because they wanted to be able to do the work that he had laid out, and continue to be a part of this mission that they expected would extend beyond the campaign. And they've expressed to me personally how heartbroken they were, because so quickly after he was elected, instead of bringing in a new generation of fresh leadership that was not a part of the Washington establishment, he instead immediately chose to surround himself with people who were more of the same old, who were essentially part of the problem. And many of his actions after that proved that fear and that brokenheartedness that they felt to be true. And I'll mention one example related to civil liberties that we talked about. He was someone, as a U.S. Senator, who gave some pretty powerful speeches on the Senate floor about his concerns with the Patriot Act, his concerns with surveillance from the NSA, his concerns with a violation of our Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties. But when, as president, he was confronted with leaked information about this surveillance occurring under those authorities in his presidency, he took the side of the national security state and did not take action to right the wrongs that he correctly pointed out as senator and during his campaign for the presidency, which is unfortunate because he really did build this unifying momentum throughout his campaign.
What do you think that is? Why is it so hard as a president to kind of act on the promises of the campaign, but also just, I mean, his speech, his basically anti-war speech, that really resonated to me. The fact that he was against the war in Iraq, I believe, early on.
And that was a huge point of distinction between him and Hillary Clinton, probably one of the biggest.
Well, why is it so hard when you step into the office of president to sort of act on your ideals?
I think it goes back to what we talked about a little bit, which is, you know, what are you driven by, and what are you afraid of? And if you are concerned for whether or not you can get reelected, who's going to fund that reelection effort, who's going to fund the presidential library and your legacy that will follow. There have been some documented examples around how he promised to crack down on big pharma, but when push came to shove, his Department of Justice campaign funding was threatened, and they chose not to take action, even when they had a very, very strong case to make. This was with regard to the opioid crisis in the country. And you know, this just goes back to the heart of why it's so essential that we have leaders who have courage and who are focused on doing what we elect them to do.
Who are resistant to the love of money, power.
Yes.
It's hard.
And we are human. We are fallible. We are flawed by nature. And I'll go into kind of the next one you asked about, Trump, the weakness side, and the lessons that I hope have been learned from 2016 for him and his team is you have to be in a position where you are surrounding yourselves with other people of courage who aren't just thinking about their next political job or their next job getting a cable news contract or looking for fame themselves or looking at how they can monetize their position for their whatever their next financial interest might be, but people of courage who know what they're up against to really seriously clean house across the federal government and the corruption and rot that is so deeply entrenched in order to truly be effective. And if he is reelected, that is my hope, that he sees that he's learned from what went wrong in 2016. That, you know, he went in, you know, with a largely non-interventionist, more focused on peace agenda, and yet he surrounded himself with people who are at the heart of the warmongers in Washington and who directly went against the policies that he advocated for. On the strength side, I think it's easy to point out because it's also what has caused him to be so attacked in ways that we haven't seen before, certainly not in my lifetime. Not only in now, but, you know, something that started back in 2016 when he was a candidate. He's a guy who, you know, by all measures has been successful in his own life. And because of that, he's not coming in with this desire to please Washington that many other politicians have. And because he is so willing to challenge the quote unquote norms and these are not norms that serve the interests of the American people. These are norms that serve the interests of the most powerful. He is a direct threat, and so that attitude and that mindset of not coming in with the kind of caution that too many politicians come in with, of wanting to be the popular one at the parties or whatever it is that they want, that is the strength that he brings.
Yeah, I just had a conversation with Dana White, and he's good friends with Trump, and he talks to the fact that he seems to be resistant to the attacks. There's some aspect of that is just the psychology of being able to withstand the attacks that are there in the political game, and that can break people. Like, you just don't want the headaches. So to withstand the attacks is tough. And something about his psychology allows for that. I mean, I guess a question for you also in your own psychology. You've been attacked quite a bit. We've mentioned some of that sort of misrepresentations, and how do you deal with that by yourself? Like, how do you not become cynical or overcompensate the other direction, that kind of stuff?
It really stems from having a clear sense of purpose. I never saw, I've served in state government. I've served on our city council in Honolulu and served in Congress. But at no time have I seen this as a quote unquote political career. I don't have that ladder climbing ambition that a lot of politicians have. My sense of purpose is deeply rooted in my dedication and my desire in my life to be pleasing to God and to live a life of service. And what better way to be pleasing to God than to try to do my best to work for the well-being of God's children. Being rooted in that has made it so that as the attacks are coming from different directions, even as people who I was friends with, former colleagues of mine, others, even family members, even as they have turned away or become attackers against me themselves because of different reasons related to politics, of course, it's a sad thing, especially when it's someone that you know personally and have had a personal friendship or relationship with. But I don't live my life trying to please politicians or please the people who show up on TV or anyone else. As long as I am doing my best to be pleasing to God, that is where I draw my happiness from and my fulfillment and contentment and strength.
So you've spoken about the value of religious faith in your life, of your Hindu faith, and seeing the Bhagavad Gita as a spiritual guide. So what role does faith in God play in your life?
It's everything. It is central to who I am, what inspires me, what motivates me, where I find strength, where I find peace, where I find shelter, and where I find happiness. And this has been a constant throughout, times of challenge, times of darkness, times of heartbreak, times of happiness, in always feeling very secure in knowing that God's unconditional love is ever present. And no matter what else is happening in my life, that God is my best friend. And remaining centered and grounded in always remembering that and meditating upon that truth is it's everything to me.
The interesting thing about the Hindu God is how welcoming the religion is of other religions. Just
It's true.
how accepting it is. It's so in that way, in many ways, it's one of the most beautiful religions on earth. So, like, who do you think God is to you? Like, in specifically the texts, but also you personally, what does he represent? So for Hinduism, it's also like God can be many. There's also like a aspect where there's it's like a part of all of us. There's like a uniting thing, not a singular figure outside of us.
I think one of the things that's most commonly misunderstood about Hinduism that people don't know is that Hinduism is truly a monotheistic religion. That there is one God, and he goes by many names that describe his different qualities and characteristics. And as you pointed out, Hinduism is uniquely a non-sectarian spiritual practice, essentially. It's not a quote unquote religion that you convert into or you leave behind or whatever the case may be. Bhagavad Gita, a central scripture and text that comes from India, literally means Song of God, and the principles that are conveyed throughout the Bhagavad Gita are applicable to all of us. They are timeless truths that, whether you consider yourself Christian or Catholic or Muslim or Jewish or Hindu, these truths are eternal and relevant through all time. So for us as kids growing up, we learned from and had bedtime stories that came from both the Bhagavad Gita and the New Testament. My dad was raised Catholic, my mom was raised Episcopalian, and both of them were attracted to the Bhagavad Gita as they were in their own lives searching for a more personal relationship with God than they had been able to find elsewhere in their own spiritual journeys. And that's where the application of there are teachings in the Bhagavad Gita, for example, that talk about Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga essentially translates into dedicating your life, striving to develop a loving relationship with God. Karma Yoga, there's a chapter in the Bhagavad Gita that speaks about Karma Yoga. Karma is a word that has become a part of the both karma and yoga have become very common terms. But what it really means is trying to dedicate your actions in life that have, in a way that have a positive impact on others, being of service to others. And so for me growing up, I never really understood as a kid the idea of sectarianism, of one religion battling against another, because I knew and understood and experienced that the real meaning of religion was love for God. No matter what name you worship him by or how you worship, that is the real meaning of religion. And the application of that in your life is you ask, how do I see God in a personal way? I know that God is my best friend. God is my confidant. When I am struggling with a problem in my life, or during those quiet moments by myself, where I am anxious or I'm sad, I turn to God for that solace, for that clarity, for that strength to both know what the right thing to do is and the strength to act accordingly, and to constantly strive to further develop that very personal, loving relationship with God.
Tulsi, this was an honor to finally meet you, to talk to you. This was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lex. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tulsi Gabbard. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Dwight D. Eisenhower in his 1961 farewell address. A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But now we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. we have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. This conjunction of immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The person who controls the algorithm controls the world, right? And if you are committed to one specific platform as your singular source of information or affiliated platforms, then whoever controls the algorithm or the programming there controls you.
The following is a conversation with Mark Cuban, a multi-billionaire businessman and star of the series Shark Tank, longtime principal owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and is someone who is unafraid to get into frequent battles on X, most recently over topics of DEI, wokeism, gender, and identity politics with the likes of Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson. This is the Lex Fridman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Mark Cuban. You've started many businesses, invested in many businesses, heard a lot of pitches privately and on Shark Tank. So you're the perfect person to ask, what makes a great entrepreneur?
Somebody who's curious, they want to keep on learning because business is ever changing, it's never static. Somebody who's agile, because as you learn new things and the environment around you changes, you have to be able to adapt and make the changes. And somebody who can sell, because no business has ever survived without sales. And as an entrepreneur who's creating a company, whatever your product or service is, if that's not the most important thing and you're just dying and excited to tell people about it, then you're not going to succeed.
But it's also a skill thing. How do you sell? What do you mean by selling?
Selling is just helping. I've always looked at it about putting myself in the shoes of another person and asking a simple question. Can I help this person? Can my product help them? From the time I was 12 years old, selling garbage bags door to door and just asking a simple question. Do you use garbage bags? Do you need garbage bags? Well, let me save you some time. I'll bring them to your house and drop them off. To, streaming. Why do we need streaming when we have TV and radio? Well, you can't get access to your TV and radio everywhere you go. So we kind of break down geographic and physical barriers and, cost plus drugs. What's the product that we actually sell? We sell trust. In a simplistic approach, we buy drugs and sell drugs, but we add transparency to differentiation, and it helps people.
Trust in an industry that's highly lacking in trust.
Exactly.
Okay, so what's the trick to selling garbage bags? Let's go back there. 12 years old. Is it just your natural charisma? I guess a good question to ask. Are you born with it, or can you develop it?
Oh, you can definitely develop it. Yeah, because selling garbage bags door to door was easy, right? It's like 12-year-old Mark going, "Hi, my name is Mark. Do you use garbage bags?" You know what the answer is going to be, right? Can I just drop them off for you, once a week whenever you need them? You just call and I'll bring them down. Sure. So that was easy.
But I'm sure you've been rejected.
Oh yeah, of course. Not everybody says yes.
What was your percentage?
I don't remember, but it's pretty close to 100%.
Oh, okay. So that's why you don't remember.
Yeah, right. Because who's going to say no to a 12-year-old kid who's going to save the time and money? But typically my career where I've started companies, it's to do something that other people aren't doing. Whether it was connecting PCs and to local area networks and at Micro Solutions, and the salesmanship was walking into a company and just saying, "Look, talk to me and I can help you improve your productivity and your profitability. Is that important to you?" And the answer is obviously always yes. And then the question is, can I do the job and can I do it cost effectively? And so you didn't have to be a born salesperson to be able to ask those questions, but you have to be able to be willing to put in the time to learn that business. And that's the hardest part.
I'm sure there's a skill thing to it too, in like how you solve the puzzle
of communicating with a person and convincing them?
Yeah, I mean, there's skill from the perspective that I read like a maniac. Then, like now, you can give me an example of any type of business, and it'll take me 2 seconds to figure out how they make money and how I can make them more productive. And I think that's probably my biggest skill, being able to just drill down to what the actual need is, if any. And then, from there, being able to say, well, if this is what this company does and this is what their goal is, how can I introduce something new that they haven't seen before? And is that a business that I can create and make money from?
So figure out how this kind of business makes money in the present, and then figure out, is there a way to make more money in the future by introducing a totally new kind of thing?
Correct.
And you can just do that with anything.
Pretty much, yeah.
And you think you're born with that?
No, I worked at it because, going back to what I said earlier about curiosity, you have to be insanely curious because the world is always changing. My dad used to say, we don't live in the world we were born into, which is absolutely true. If you're not a voracious consumer of information, then you're not going to be able to keep up. And no matter what your sales skills or ability are, they're going to be useless.
What'd you learn about life from your dad? You mentioned your dad.
My dad did upholstery on cars, got up, went to work every morning at 7 o'clock, came back 5 or 6, 7 o'clock, exhausted. And I learned to be nice. I learned to be caring. I learned to be accepting. Just, qualities that I think he really tried to pass on to myself and my 2 younger brothers were just be a good human. And I think, he didn't have business experience. So as I got into business, he would just, say, sorry, Mark, I can't help you. I don't understand what you're doing. Neither one of my parents had gone to college. You've got to figure out for yourself. But he was also very insistent that he worked at a company called Regency Products where they did upholstery on cars. And he would bring me there to sweep the floors, not because he wanted me to learn that business, because he wanted me to learn how backbreaking that work was. I mean, he lost an eye in an accident at work. A staple broke. And the only thing he wanted from my brothers and I was for us to never have to work like that, to go to college, to figure it out.
You said to be nice. That said, you also said that when you were first starting a business, you were a bit more of an asshole than you wish.
I know,
really?
Yeah. What you see on the sidelines, with me at a Mavs game, maybe a little bit, but I also didn't have any patience for somebody I thought wasn't using my kind of common sense, right? Because I was always on the go, particularly when I was younger, just trying to be successful, trying to get to the point where I had independence. And I would tell this to people, either you're speeding up and getting on the train, or, we'll stop and drop you off at the next station, but let's go where you go.
Did you have trouble with the hire fast, fire fast part of running a business?
Yeah, always, because I hated firing people, because it meant, one, it was an admission of a mistake in the hiring, and 2, the salesperson in me always wanted to come out ahead, and I was always horrible at firing. But I always partnered with people who had no problem with it, so I always delegated that.
That's the tricky thing when you're working with somebody and they're not quite there, and you have to decide, are they going to step up and grow into the person that's the right, or they're not?
Mm-hmm.
And in that gray area is probably where you have to fire.
It was hard, yeah, for sure, because there is obviously a failure somewhere in the process. What did we do wrong? And when I would interview people for jobs, I think 99% of the people I've ever interviewed, I've wanted to hire, because in my mind, it was like, okay, I can figure out how to make this person work, right? And then they wouldn't. And then, people at the company would be like, Mark, you suck at this, And so I always delegated to hiring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. I see the potential in people. I see the beauty in people, and which is a great way to live life. But when you're running a company, it's a different thing.
It's different. And you got to know what you're good at when you're bad at, right? I was good at, I was a ready, fire, aim guy, and I always partnered with people who were very anal and perfectionists, because where I could just go, they would keep me inside the baselines.
They would do the due diligence.
Yeah, or just the detail work, to dot the I's and to cross the T's.
What does it take to take that first leap into starting a business?
That's the hardest part. It really depends on your personal circumstances. Like, I got fired. I mean, I was sleeping on the floor, 6 guys in a 3-bedroom apartment, so I couldn't go any lower. So there was no downside. Yeah, there was no downside for me starting a business. And it was just like, I was 25 when we started Micro Solutions, and I just gotten fired, and it was like, look, I'm a lousy employee. I'm going to just start going to some of my prospects that I had in my job and ask them to front the money that I needed to install some software, and found this company, Architectural Lighting, who put up $500 for me. That allowed me to buy software and have 50% margins. And, that's how I started my company.
But like by way of advice, would you say? I mean, it's a terrifying thing.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to be in a position where you're confident. I get emails and approached by people all the time. What kind of business should I start? That tells me you're not ready to start a business. Are you prepared and you know what you don't? In the United States, with the American dream, everybody kind of always looks at themselves and say, okay, I have this idea, right? And then you go through this process of saying, okay, you talk to your friends or family, what do you think? And then almost always it's, oh, it's a great idea, right? Then you go on Google and you say, oh my God, no one else is doing it, without thinking, 10 companies have gone out of business trying the same thing. But okay, it's on Google. And then people stop, right? Because that next step means, okay, I have to change what I'm doing in my life. And that's not easy for 99% of the people. Some people look at that as an opportunity and get excited about it. Some people get terrified because it's, okay, maybe I'm comfortable, maybe I have responsibilities. And so whatever your circumstances are, if you want to take that next step, you have to be able to deal with the consequences of changing your circumstances. And that's the first thing. You save money, so you have, if you have a job, if you have a mortgage, you have a family, you got to save money. You can't just walk. They've got to eat and they've got to have shelter. But on the other side of the coin, if you've got nothing, it's the perfect time to start a business.
Yeah, desperation is a good catalyst for starting a business. But in many cases, the decision, as you're talking about, you're going to have to make is to leave a job that's providing some degree of comfort already. So I suppose when you're sleeping on the floor and there's 6 guys, it's a little bit easier.
It's really easy, right? Particularly when you get fired and you don't have a job, and you're looking at bartending at night to try to pay the bills. And so it wasn't hard for me, but to your point, it really comes down to preparation. If it's important enough to you, you'll save the money. You'll give up, whatever it is you need to give up to put the money aside. If you have obligations, you'll put in the work to learn as much as you can about that industry, so that when you start your business, you're prepared. And you can always, at night, on weekends, whenever you find time, lunch, start making the calls to find out if people will write you a check, transfer you the money to buy whatever it is you're selling. And by doing those things, you can put yourself in a position to succeed. It's where people just think, okay, Geronimo, I'm leaping off the edge of a cliff and I'm starting a business. That's tough.
But sometimes that's like the way you do it, though.
There's always examples of any situation or scenario, right? But I mean,
anecdotal evidence for everything.
Yeah, but if you're going into a new business, you're going to have competition unless you're really, 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 really lucky. And that competition is not going to just say, okay, let Lex or Mark just kick our ass.
Yeah.
And so you've got to be prepared on how you're going to deal with that competition.
What do you think that is about America that has so many people who have that dream and act on that dream of starting a business?
I think we've just got a culture of consumption and more, and to get more, you've got to, creating a business gives you the greatest potential upside and the greatest leverage on your time. But it also creates the most risk.
So that capitalist machine, there's a lot of elements. By contrast, the respect for the law, like an entrepreneur can trust it if they pull it off, the law will protect them. There won't be a government.
Hopefully that's still the case. Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's always
us versus other countries.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So us versus other countries, like Joe Biden of all people said to me, it was at an entrepreneurship conference that when he was vice president, he had put together, and we had gone up there from a bunch of us from Shark Tank to talk to young entrepreneurs from around the world. And he said to me, Mark, the one thing that separates, I've been to every country around the world, and the one thing that separates us is entrepreneurship. We're the most entrepreneurial country in the world, and there's no one else who's even close. And when you look at the origin of our the biggest companies in the world, for the most part, there's an American origin story somewhere behind there. And I think, that just gets perpetuated on itself. We see those Horatio Alger stories. We see, examples of the Jeff Bezos of the world, the Steve Jobs of the world, and those are the types of people we want to copy.
Yeah, we want to be really careful and try to really figure out what that is because we don't want to lose that.
For sure.
We want to protect it, whatever, and that's a lot of the discussions about what's the right way to do government, big government, small government, what's the right policies, but also culture, like who we celebrate. One of the things that troubles me is that we don't enough celebrate the entrepreneurs that take risks and the entrepreneurs that succeed. It seems like success, especially when it comes with wealth, is immediately matched with distrust and criticism and all that kind of stuff.
It's changing for sure because you can go back just 12 years, right? Traditional media dominated, let's just say through 2012. That was the peak of linear television. Newspapers weren't as strong, but they still had some breadth and depth to them. And then social media comes along and everybody gets to play in their own sandbox and share opinions with people who think just like them. And it also gives them the opportunity to amplify those feelings. And I think that's where celebrating entrepreneurs really started to subside some. There were always people who were progressive that were like billionaires are bad or millionaires are bad, depending on the time period. But you didn't really see it on an ongoing basis, right? It wasn't going to be on the evening news. It wasn't going to be in the front page of the newspaper. It was going to be if you read a book and someone talked about it, or you read a magazine and there was an article talking about, this progressive movement or that progressive movement, whatever it may be, and then or political parties. But now, all of that is front and center on social media.
And we're trying to figure out how we deal with the mobs of people and the virality of it all. I think we'll find our footing and start celebrating greatness again.
Well, that's the whole reason I do Shark Tank.
That's true. That show celebrates the entrepreneur.
It's the only place where every single minute of every single episode, we celebrate the American dream. And the reason I do it is we tell the entire country, and it's shown around the world. Even we're amazing advertising for the American dream, and I don't even know how many countries. But every time somebody walks onto that carpet from Dubuque, Iowa, or Ketchum, Idaho, that sends a message to every kid who's watching, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12-year-old kid, that if they can do it from Ketchum, Idaho, you can do it. If they can have this idea and get a deal or even present to the Sharks and have all of America see it, you can do it. And that, I'm proud of that. 15 years of that is just, it's just been insane. Now kids walk up to me and go, yeah, I started watching you when I was 5 or 10 and I started a business because I learned about it from Shark Tank. And so, I think, we're being it celebrates it and we convey it. And I don't think it's going away, but there are different battles we have to fight to support it.
Yeah. I love even when the business idea is obviously horrible. Just the guts to step up,
to be there,
to believe in yourself, to really reach. That's what matters. Because like some of the best business ideas are probably maybe even you and Shark Tank will laugh at.
Oh, for sure. Without question. The good ones, we're not going to recognize every good one. And then sometimes we'll just motivate people to work even harder to get it done because of what we say to them. And that's fine too. There's been great success stories that we said no to.
What stands out as like a memorable business on you've been pitched on Shark Tank? What's the best one that stands out in memory?
There's no best one, right? They're all different. They're all best in their own way, I guess. The stupid ones, and we haven't had any, world-changing, earth-shattering ones, right? Because those aren't going to apply to Shark Tank. They don't need us, right? So we typically get businesses that need some help at some level or another. But there's ones I've passed that I wish, like spike ball. Do you know what spike ball is? And so it's this rebounding net that you can put on the beach, and you have these yellow balls, and you play a game of, it's just a competitive game, but they're killing it. So if you go to beach in New York or LA, you'll see kids playing it all the time. And it was a fun game that I wish I had done a deal with. There's been others.
And you passed.
And I passed. They were getting some traction, and they wanted to create leagues. Spike Turner, a new spike ball league.
So you have to kind of have this gut feeling of, will this scale? Will this click with people?
Of course. Yeah. Can it be protected? Is it differentiated? Is it something that makes me think, why didn't I think of that? Mm-hmm. Or is it just a good, solid business that's going to pay a return to the founder and may not be enough of a business to return to an investor?
Yeah. And I guess the question you're trying to see, will this scale? There's promise. Will the promise materialize into a big thing?
Well, see, I don't even care if it's going to be a big thing, right? Because it's all relative to the entrepreneur. We had a 19-year-old from Pittsburgh, Laney, who came on with a simple sugar scrub. And there was nothing outrageously special about it. I didn't see it becoming a $100 million business. I thought it could become a $2, $3, $5 million business that paid the bills for her. And that was good enough. And, 6 months after the show aired, she called me up. She goes, Mark, I've got $1 million in the bank. What am I going to do? I'm like, enjoy it, put aside money for your taxes, and go back to work. And so it doesn't have to be a huge business. It's just got to be one that makes the entrepreneur happy.
But then there's the valuation piece. I mean,
right.
Do a lot of the entrepreneurs overvalue
of course
business?
Yeah, I mean that's the nature of it, right? I mean, and that's really where the biggest conflicts in Shark Tank happen. That's in the valuation. They think this is the best business ever. We had one lady, couple that came on, and they had this scraper for cats' tongues, right?
Nice.
Bizarre. One of the most bizarre pitch ever.
I love it.
And they had this insane valuation, and it was on because it was corny and fun TV, not because it was a good business.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, you didn't see the potential.
None. Yeah, none.
There's a lot of cats in the world, man.
Yes, there are. And they'll go do very well without me.
So how do you determine the value of a business, whether it's on Shark Tank or just in general?
It's actually really easy, right? So if you take, just to use an example, a business that's valued at $1 million, and I want to buy 10% of that company for $100,000, then in order for me to get my money back, they've got to be able to generate $100,000 in after-tax cash flow that they're able to distribute. Can they do it or can they not, right? And if it's $2 million valuation, whatever the valuation is, that's how much cash, after-tax cash, they have to generate to return that money to investors. Or the other option is, do I see this as business potentially having an exit, right? Do they have some unique technology, or do they have something specific about them that some other company would want to acquire? Then the cash flow isn't as I don't want to say important, but isn't going to guide the valuation.
And how do you know if a company is going to be acquired? So it's the technology, like the patents, but also the team.
Yeah, it could be any of the above, right? It could be a super products company that I think is going to take off.
And how do you know if they can generate the money? What's that?
Well,
you made it sound easy,
Yeah, I mean, can the person sell? And if not them, can I do it? Or someone on my team do it for them?
So you're looking at the person.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's where Barbara Corcoran's the best. She can look at a person and hear them talk for 20 minutes and know, can that person do the job and do the work?
Can you tell if they're full of shit or not? So one of the things with entrepreneurs, they're kind of, like we said, overvaluing. So they're maybe overselling themselves, but also they might be full of shit in terms of their understanding of the market, or also or exaggerating what they're thinking, all that kind of stuff. Can you see through that?
Yeah, for sure. Just by asking questions, so if they are delusional at some level or misleading at another level, I'm gonna call them on it. So you get people trying to sell supplements that come on there and it's a cure for cancer or whatever it may be, or there's this latest fad that increases your core strength without doing any exercises. Shit like that. I'm just gonna bounce. I'm gonna pound on them, right?
See, I still love that. I still love the trying.
Give them credit, right? Because they know all of America is going to see it, and they're deluded themselves to believe this story so strongly.
I mean, there's a delusional aspect to entrepreneurship, right? Like you just.
I see. That's a great question. Do you have to be ambitious and set aside reality at some level to think that you can create a company that could be worth 10, 100, $1 billion, right? Yeah, at some level, because you don't know. It's all uncertainty. But I think if you're delusional, that works against you. Because everything's grounded in reality. You've got to execute. You've got to produce. You can have a vision, right? And you can say, this is where I want to get to, and that's my mission, or this is my driving principle. But you still got to execute on the business plan, and that's where most people fail.
Yeah, you have to be kind of two-brained, I guess. You have to be able to dip into reality when you're thinking about like the specifics of the product, how to design things, how to the first principles, the basics of how to build the thing, how much it's going to cost, all of that.
Yeah, I mean, because if you can't do the basics, you're not going to be able to do the bigger things. And at the same time,
Yeah.
you've got to be one of the things that entrepreneurs do that I always try to remind any that I work with on is we all tend to lie to ourselves. Our product is bigger, faster, cheaper, this or that, as if that is a finite situation that's never going to change, right? And there's always somebody, I call them leapfrog businesses. There's whoever's competing against you. If you do A, B, or C, they're going to try to do C, D, and E, right? And you better be prepared for that to come, because otherwise they're out of business too. So you're never in a vacuum. You're always competing against sometimes an unlimited number of entrepreneurs that you don't even know exist who are trying to kick your ass.
And the tricky part of all this too is you might need to frequently pivot, especially in the beginning.
Hopefully not.
So you think like in the beginning, the product you have should be the thing that carries you a long time.
Yeah, because I mean that's your riskiest point in time, right? And so if you've done your homework, which includes going out there and testing product market fit, you should have confidence that you're going to be able to sell it. Now, if you didn't do your homework and you go out there and you sell whatever it is, and you've raised money or whatever, just to pivot, you've already shown that you haven't been able to read the market. And so it's not that pivots can't work and always don't work. They can, but more often than not, they don't. You pivot for a reason. That's because you made a huge mistake.
Well, I also mean like the micro pivots, which is like iterative development of the thing.
That's not, but yeah, just iterations. Yeah.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurship having any business is just continuous iteration, continuous. Your product, your sales pitch, your advertising, introducing new technology. How do you use AI or not use AI? Where do you use it? What person's the right person? There's just a million touch points, that you're always reevaluating in real time, that you have to be agile and adapt and change.
But especially in software, it feels like business model can evolve really quickly too. Like how are you going to make money on this?
With software for sure, because anything digital, because it can change in a millisecond.
Speaking of which, how did you make your first billion?
So my partner Todd Wagner and I would get together for lunches, and we were at California Pizza Kitchen in Preston Hollow in Dallas, and he was talking about how we could use this new thing called the internet. This is late 94, early 95, to be able to listen to Indiana University basketball games, because that's where we went to school.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, look, when we would listen to games, we would have somebody in Bloomington, Indiana, have a speakerphone next to a radio, and then we would have a speakerphone in Dallas, and 6-pack or 12-pack of beer, and we sit around listening to the game because there was no other way to listen to it. So I was like, okay, my first company, Micro Solutions, I'd written software, done network integration, and so I was comfortable digging into it. And so I was like, okay, let's give it a try. So we started this company called AudioNet, and effectively became the first streaming content company on the internet. And we're like, okay, we're not sure how we're going to make this work, but we were able to make it work. And we started going to radio stations and TV stations and music labels and everything, and evolved audionet.com, which was only audio at the beginning, to broadcast.com in 1998, which was audio and video, and became the largest multimedia site on the internet. Took it public in July of 1998. It had the largest first day jump in the history of the stock market at the time. And then a year later, we sold it to Yahoo for $5.7 billion in Yahoo stock. And I owned, right around 30% of the company, give or take. And so after taxes, that's what got me.
Well, there's a lot of questions there. So the technical challenge of that, you're making it sound easy, but you wrote code, but still, in the early days of the internet, how do you figure out how to create this kind of product of just audio first and then video first?
A lot of iterations, right? Like you talked about. We started in the second bedroom of my house, set up a server. I got an ISDN line, which was a 128K line, and set up, downloaded Netscape, different file formats that were progressive loading. and allowing people to connect to the server and do a progressive download. So that the audio, you can listen to the audio while it was downloading onto your PC.
Yeah, was it super choppy? So you're trying to figure
Oh
out
yeah,
how to
for
do
sure,
it.
for sure. It would buffer. It wasn't good, but it was a start.
But it was good enough because it's the first kind
Yeah, because there was no other competition, right? There was nobody else doing it.
Yeah.
And so it was like, okay, I can get access to this, this, or this. And then there were some third-party software companies, Zing and Progressive Networks and others that took it a little bit further. So we partnered with them, and I started going to local radio stations where literally we would set up a server. Right next to it, I had a $49 radio, the highest FM radio that I could find. And we take the output of the audio signal from the radio with these two analog cables, plug it into the server, encode it, and make it available from audionet.com. Then I would go on UUNet bulletin boards. I would go on CompuServe. I would go on Prodigy. I would go on AOL. I'd go wherever I find bodies. And I'd say, okay, we've got this radio station, KLIF in Dallas. It's got Dallas sports and Dallas news and politics. And if you're in an office or you're outside of Dallas, connect to audionet.com. And now you can listen to these things on demand. And that's how we started. And it started with one radio station. And then it was 5, then it was 10, then it was video content, then the laws were different then, so we could literally go out and buy CDs and host them and just let people listen to whatever music. And we went from 10 users a day to 100 to 1,000 to hundreds of thousands to 1 million over those next 4 years.
How did you find the users? Is it word of mouth?
Word of mouth.
Just word of mowth.
Didn't spend a penny on advertising.
So the thing you were focusing on is getting the radio stations. And all.
Well, radio and TV, anything, any content at all.
Pick up the phone. What'd you do? How'd you?
I would wherever I could, like everything that was public domain, I'd go out and buy a video or a cassette, whatever it was, and this was before the DMs, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act of 97, whenever it kicked in. So literally anything that was audio, we would put online so people could listen to it.
Yeah.
And if you think about somebody at work, they didn't have a radio most likely, and if you did, you couldn't get reception. Definitely didn't have a TV, but you had a PC and you had bandwidth available to you, and the companies weren't up on firewalls or anything at that point in time. So our in-office listening, during the day would just exploded because whoever's sitting next to you, what are you listening to, right? And that was the start of it. And then, in early '98, we started adding video and just other things, and we had ended up with thousands of servers. There was no cloud back then, and just pulling together all those pieces to make it work. But where we really made our money was by taking that network that we had and then going to corporations and saying, look, it's 1996, 97, 98, and to communicate with your worldwide employees, what they would do is they would go to an auditorium that had a satellite uplink, and then they would have people go to like theaters or ballrooms and hotels that had satellite downlinks, and then would broadcast, the product introductions, whatever. And so we said to them, look, you're paying millions of dollars to reach all your employees when you can do it. Pay us $500,000 and we'll do it just on their PCs at work. So we did, when Intel announced the P90 PC, we, charged them $2 million or whatever to do that. When Motorola announced a new phone or a new product, we would charge them. And so we used the consumer side to do a proof of concept for the network. And then we would take that knowledge and go to corporations, and that's how we made our revenue.
And there's some selling there with the corporations.
Yeah, a lot of selling there, but we were saving them so much money.
Yeah.
And they were technology companies. They wanted to be perceived as being leading edge.
Yeah.
And so it was win-win.
How much technical savvy was required? You said a bunch of servers. Like, at which point do you get more engineers? How much did you understand could do yourself? And then also, once you can't do it all yourself, how much technical savvy is required to understand enough to hire the right people to keep building this and innovating?
I did all the technology, and then we hired engineer after engineer after engineer to implement it. And so,
wow,
yeah, from putting together a multicast network to software to just all these different things.
Was this like a scary thing? Like,
It's terrifying,
Yeah.
right? Because as we were growing, trying to keep up with the scale, and literally we're buying off-the-shelf PCs, and then server cards as the technology advanced, and hard drives, and things would fail, and we would have to, we didn't have machine learning back then to do an analysis of, how to distribute server resources. So, like there was a time when Bill Clinton and all the Monica Lewinsky stuff happened.
Mhm.
They released the audio of their interviews of him or something like that, right? And I knew at that point in time when that was released, everybody at work was going to want to listen to it, right?
Yeah.
So we had to take down servers that were doing Chicago Cubs baseball, right? You know, and just make all these on the fly decisions because we didn't have the tools to analyze or be predictive. But yeah, it was all technology driven and marketing.
The acquisition by Yahoo, can you tell the story of that? But also in the broader context of this internet bubble. This is a fascinating part
It's
of
crazy
human
now.
history.
Yeah. So on the acquisition side, we were the largest media site on the internet. It wasn't close. There was nobody close. We were YouTube, and relatively speaking, we would be 10x YouTube relative to the competition because there was nobody there. And so it became obvious to Yahoo, AOL, and others that they needed a multimedia component. And we had the infrastructure, sales, all that stuff. And so Yahoo, when we went public in 98, or right before I think it was, they made an investment of like $2 million, which gave us a connection to them. And then after we went public, they decided they needed to have multimedia. And so in April of 99, we made a deal. And then July of 2000 is when it closed.
And can you explain to me the trickiness of what you did after that?
Oh,
Which is,
the caller?
yeah.
Okay, so when we sold to Yahoo, we sold for $5.7 billion in stock, not cash. And so I looked at, after Micro Solutions, when I sold that, I took that money. And initially, I told my broker I wanted to invest like a 60-year-old man because I wanted to protect it.
Yeah.
But then he started asking me all kinds of questions about all these technologies that I understood, like networks I had installed. We had become one of the top 20, let's say, systems integrators in the country. At one point in time, we were the largest IBM Token Ring installer in the country. It was crazy, right? Banyan,
Wow.
then Blast from the Past. I mean, so anyway, so these Wall Street bankers or analysts rather, that were the big analysts of the time would call me up because they would ask my broker, what does he know about this product? And I knew them all, what was working and not working, right? And so the ones that worked, I say that it's working, and I see the stock, they say something, the stock would go up $20, right? So I'm like, well, and my broker's like, you know this better than they do. You need to invest. So I started buying and selling stocks, and this was in 1990, and was just killing it. I was making 80, 90, 100% a year over those next 4 years, to the point where a guy came in and asked to use my trading history to start a hedge fund, which we did, and I sold within 9 months. It was great, right? But the point being, as it goes forward, so when we sold to Yahoo, I already had a lot of experience trading stocks, and I had seen different bubbles come and go. A bubble for PC manufacturers, a bubble for networking manufacturers. They went up, and then they came straight down after the hype, or somebody just leapfrogged. And so when we sold to Yahoo, I was like, I've got a B next to my name. That's all I need or all I want. I don't want to be greedy. And I'd seen this story before where stocks get really frothy and go straight down. And I knew that because all of what I had was in stock, I needed to find a way to collar it and protect it. So understanding stocks and trading and options and all that, my broker and I, we went and shorted an index that had Yahoo in it. And so the law at the time was you couldn't short any indexes that had more than 5% of that stock in it, right? That of anyone's of the Yahoo stock. And so I took pretty much $20-some million, everything I had at the time, and I shorted the index.
This is fascinating, by the way, because it's based on your estimation that this is a bubble.
Or just mine not wanting to be greedy.
Sure. So the foundation of this kind of thing is you don't want to be greedy.
Yeah. I mean, how much do I need, right?
Yeah.
Where other people were saying, oh, I think it can go up higher. I went on CNBC, and I told them what I had done, and they were like, in Yahoo, and one of the guys, Joe Kernan, was on there. Don't you feel stupid now that Yahoo stock has gone up?
But so there is some fundamental way in which bubbles are based on this greed.
Oh,
this
for sure,
engine
for
of
sure.
greed.
Yeah, and I'd seen it before, right? Like I just said. And so what I did was we put together a collar where I sold calls and bought puts. And as it turned out, when the market just cratered, I was protected. And over the next 2-3 years, whatever it was, it converted to cash, paid my taxes, etc. But it protected me. And as it turns out, it was called one of the top 10 trades of all time. And what was even more interesting out of that period, my broker at that time was at Goldman Sachs, and I had asked him to see if there was a way to trade the VIX, right, the volatility index, and there wasn't, right. And so one of the people at Goldman that we were working with to try to create this actually left Goldman and created indexes that allowed you to trade the VIX.
It's not trivial to understand that's a bubble. I mean, you're kind of lessening your insight into all this by saying you just didn't want to be greedy, but you still have to see that it's a bubble.
I mean, yeah, obviously, if I thought it was going to keep on going up and there was intrinsic value there, I would have stayed in it. But it wasn't so much Yahoo; it was just the entire industry. You would back then, like we're looking at the Magic 7 or whatever it is stocks now, and people were asking, "Is it a bubble?" And when I would get into cabs, and people would just start talking about internet stocks, there were people creating companies with just a web click. That's a bubble, right? Where there's no intrinsic value at all. And people aren't even trying to make operating cap profits. They're just trying to leverage the frothiness of the stock market. That's a bubble. You don't see that right now. There's not companies, you don't see any IPOs right now for that matter. So, I don't think we're in a bubble now, but back then, yes, I thought we were in a bubble, but that wasn't really the motivating factor.
Do you think it's possible we're in an AI bubble right now?
No, because we're not seeing funky AI companies just go public. If all of a sudden we see a rush of companies who are skins on other people's models or just creating models to create models that are going public, then yeah, that's probably the start of a bubble. But that said, my 14-year-old was bragging about buying NVIDIA, with me in his Robinhood account. He tells me the order, I place it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's going up, and I'm like, yeah, we're not quite there yet, but that's one thing to pay attention
Yeah,
to.
we're flirting with it.
Yeah.
You said that becoming a billionaire requires luck.
Yeah.
Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, there's no business plan where you can just start it and say, yeah, I'm definitely going to be a billionaire. You can, if I had to start all over, could I start a company that made me a millionaire? Yeah, because I know how to sell and I know technology, and I've learned enough over the years to do that. Could I make 10 million? Probably. 100 million? I hope so. But a billion, just something good has got to happen.
Timing.
Internet stock market was going nuts right when we started, and that certainly I couldn't predict or control. It's like AI right now. AI's been around a long, 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 long time. And the NVIDIA processors, or GPUs rather, you couldn't predict that now's the time that they were going to get to that cost effectiveness where, you could create models and train them. And although it's expensive, it's still doable. We had ASICs, right, for custom applications, and we had CPUs that were leading the way, but GPUs were more for gaming and then crypto mining. And now all of a sudden they were the foundation for AI models.
So I think luck being essential to becoming a billionaire is a beautiful way to see life in general. First of all, I personally think that everything good that's ever happened to me is because of luck. I think that's just a good way of being. It's like you're grateful. That said, there's some examples of people that you're like, they seem to have they seem to have gotten lucky a lot.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned Jeff Bezos. It seems like he did a lot of really interesting, powerful decisions for many years at Amazon to make it successful.
But he was really able to raise money, right? A lot of money, and people were really dismissive of him because they weren't profitable, and we were in an environment where it was possible to raise that money.
I mean, what about somebody you get sometimes feisty with on the internet, Elon? But we're going to even look at Zuck and Bill Gates and Warren Buffett.
Look, Zuck was just trying to get laid, right? And it took off, and he wrote some good stuff.
Aren't we all? Is
right,
that
at some level, right?
Foundation of human civilization,
right? But so more power to him, right? You can't take anything away from him, but Yeah, Snapchat, same thing, took off. Apps didn't take off in 2007 when the iPhone came out. Apps took off in 2011, 2012. And if you were there with the right app at the right time, and even Facebook, in 2004, the bubble had burst, and, the price for computers had fallen enough, and kids in school all needed computers or laptops. If he had tried to do something like that, 5 years earlier, I mean, it's too young, but, 5 years earlier or 5 years later, or Friendster might have been the ultimate, or MySpace.
Friendster, I remember Friendster.
Or MySpace. I had a MySpace account, and that was before Facebook.
Yeah, the timing is important, but there's like the details of how the product is built, the fundamentals of the product, like what.
But that's what gets you to, when the opportunity is there, right? That's what allows you to take advantage of that opportunity and the kismet of it all, right? You've got to be, because it wasn't like any of the people I mentioned, there weren't others trying the same thing, right? You had to be able to see it. You had to be able to visualize it and put together a plan of some sort, or at least have a path. And then you had to execute on it and do all those things at the same time and have the money available to you, because it wasn't like, whether it was Google or Facebook, they raised a shitload of money. It wasn't bootstrapping it that got them there.
And raising money is not just about sales. It's about the general feeling of the people with money at that time.
And proximity. If
Sure.
Chuck wasn't at Harvard and he was at Miami of Ohio University, or he was at Richland Community College, same idea, same person, same execution, and nothing.
I believe in the power of individuals to realize their potential no matter where they come from. But
I agree 100% with that, right?
But luck is required.
Yeah, I mean, scale is the only delta is scale, right? Where, we're not all blessed with the access to the tools you need to hit that grand slam.
But then also, billion is not the only measure of success, right?
Absolutely not, right? Everybody defines this success in their own way.
How do you define success, Mark Cuban?
Waking up every day with a smile, excited about the day. People say, well, we get that kind of money, does it make you happy? And my answer always is, if you were happy when you were broke, you're going to be really, really, really happy when you're rich.
But you got to work on being happy when you're broke, I guess.
Well, you're just being happy, right? Yeah. If you were miserable, in your job before, there's a good chance you're still going to be miserable if that's just who you are.
That's a pretty good definition of success, by the way. How do you reach that success by way of advice to people?
We talked about my dad, my parents. I never looked at my dad and said, okay, you're not successful. He busted his ass. And when he came home, we enjoyed our time together, right? There was nothing at any point in time where I felt like, oh, this is miserable, we're awful, we don't have this, we don't have that. We celebrated the things we did have, and never knew about the things we didn't have, and so I think, you have to be able to find your way to whatever it is that puts a smile on your face every day. Some people can do it and some people can't.
It's not always about the smile or the smile on the outside. It could be a smile on the inside.
Yeah, whatever it is, right? Whatever makes you feel good.
The struggle, even the struggle, like with your dad, the really, really hard work can be a fulfilling experience, because the struggle leading up to then seeing your kids.
Exactly right. Right, because that was my dad's grand slam. Yeah. Right. Seeing 3 kids go to college, be successful, be able to spend time with them. And that was the other thing, he really made me realize there's the most valuable asset isn't the money, it's your time. That's why, from a young age, I wanted to retire, because I wanted to experience everything that I possibly could in this life. And, he got joy from us. I get joy from my kids. And that's the most special thing you ever can have.
Beautifully said. Do you have made some mistakes in your life?
Yeah, a lot of them.
One of the bigger ones on the financial side, we could say, is Uber.
Yeah, we call that not doing something. Yeah, it wasn't a mistake. It was just, it was a mistake. But
you tried to.
Yeah, I always try to look at mistakes at things you did that didn't turn out, as opposed to things you did do. The negative. But
what, can you tell the story of that? And maybe it's just interesting because it is illustrative, like how to know when a thing is going to be big and not, and what are the fundamentals of it, and how to take the risk or not, and all this kind of stuff, right?
So the backstory of that is Bill Gurley came to me and said, Mark, there's this guy, Travis, that has this company, Red Swoosh, which is a peer-to-peer networking company that I think you can help. And so I invested and would spend a lot of time with Travis. And it's funny because back then, that was like 2006. I was an investor at Box.net with Aaron Levy, and there was one other company, but there were three of them where there'd be emails between, where I'd introduce them and we'd all talk in these emails, and they'd all gone to have astronomical success, right? But so Red Swoosh had its issues, because I was looking at peer-to-peer as kind of stealing bandwidth from the internet providers when bandwidth was a scarce commodity. And so, what Travis did with that, though, was great. He convinced gaming companies who wanted to do downloads of the clients for those games to use his peer-to-peer on Red Swoosh. And, he busted his ass, and I think he sold it for $18 million. So he did well. And so it was natural for him to come to me, and I still have the emails, and ask me about Uber Cab. And I thought, okay, this is a great idea. I really, really like it. I said, and he showed me his budgets, and I think they were raising money at $10 or $15 million or whatever. And I'm like, your biggest challenge is going to be you're going to have to fight all the incumbent taxi commissions. They're going to want to put you out of business. That's going to be a challenge. And I think you don't have enough money designated for marketing to get all that done. And I said, I'd invest, but not quite at that valuation, right? Never came back to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's some lessons there connected to what you're doing now. We'll talk about it, cost plus drugs. It's like looking at an industry that seems like there's a lot of complexity involved, but it's like hungry for revolution.
For sure.
And the cabs are that.
Yeah, for sure. Right. They were dominated by an insulated few. They were not very transparent. You didn't know the intricacies. They were very, very politically driven, and old boy incestuous network. And to and like I told him, Travis, the best thing about you is you'll run through walls and break down barriers. The bad thing about you is you'll run through walls even if you don't have to,
Yeah, and there you kind of have to see, is it possible to raise enough money? Is it possible to do all this? Is it possible to break through? And it's kind of a fascinating success story with Uber is.
I think he tried to go too big. He had too big an ambition, which cost him in the end, not financially, personally, but just, in terms of being able to stick it out with them. But, that's what makes him a great entrepreneur.
Well, it's a fascinating success story. You have like certain companies like Airbnb just kind of go into this thing that we take completely for granted
and change it all.
Just change it all.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Linda Johnson, who worked as our general counsel at broadcast.com, was Brian's GC and chief operating officer. So yeah, they had a smart team.
And they believed in it. And it's a beautiful story because you're like, all right, all the things that annoy you about this world, like they're inefficient and just seem like a pain.
And I probably would have said no, like a lot of people did to Airbnb, because I'm like, I don't want people sleeping in my bed.
I would have too. I was like, this is not going to work. I've done like couch surfing and stuff, and it didn't seem right. It didn't seem like you could do this at a large scale.
To monetize it, yeah, but he did. More power to him.
In 2000, I think January, you purchased a majority stake in the NBA team, Dallas Mavericks, for $285 million. So at this point, maybe you can correct me, but it was one of the worst performing teams in franchise history.
True.
How did you help turn it around?
I had this big tall guy named Dirk Nowitzki, and I let him be Dirk Nowitzki, right? And I got out of the way. But I think more than anything else, there was the turnaround on the business side, and then there was the turnaround on the basketball side. And on the basketball side, I just went in there immediately, said, whatever it takes to win, that's what we're going to do. Back then they had 3 or 4 coaches that were responsible for everything. And I was like, okay, we spend more money training people on PC software than we do developing the most important assets of the business. So I made the decision to go out there and hire like 15 different development coaches, one for each player. And everybody thought I was just insane. But, it sent the message that we were going to do whatever it took to win. And once the guys believed that, winning was the goal as opposed to just making money, attitudes changed, effort went up, and, the rest is history.
So the assets of the business here are
The players.
the players.
Yeah, for sure. And then on the business side, the first question I asked myself is, what business are we in? And I really didn't know the answer immediately, but within the first few months, it was obvious that, the entire NBA thought we were in the business of basketball. We were not. We were in the experience business. When you think about sporting events that you've been to, you don't remember the score, you don't remember the home runs or the dunks. You remember who you were with, and you remember why you went. Oh, it was my first date with the girl who's now my wife, or I went with my buddies and he threw up on the person in front of us. My dad took me, my aunt, my uncle took me. Those are the experiences you remember. And once I conveyed to our people that this is what we were selling, that what happened in the arena off the court was just as important as what happened on the court, if not more so. Because if mom or dad are bringing the 10-year-old, you have to keep them occupied because they have short attention spans. And so, I would get into fights with the NBA. Put aside the refs, but getting inside in fights in the NBA, I would say NBA nothing but attorneys, right? Because they had no marketing skills whatsoever. And to their credit, they realized that was a problem and started bringing in better and better marketing people.
So part of the selling is you're selling the team, selling the sport, selling the people, the idea, all of it, like just the
experience. So have you ever been to an NBA game?
Miami Heat.
Do you remember walking into the arena and you feel the energy, right? That's what makes it special.
Yeah, the energy is everything, especially playoff games.
Right, for sure, right? And even a regular season game, right? Even against the worst team, that's where we get, because the tickets tend to be a little bit cheaper on the resale market, that's where parents will bring their kids. And so you hear kids screaming the entire game. And the parents are thrilled to death, right? They got to do something with their kids. The kids are thrilled to death because they got to see basketball, an NBA game, and scream at the top of their lungs. And, if it turns out to be a close game and that ball's in the air, and if it goes in, everybody's hugging and high-fiving people you've never seen before in your life. And if it misses, you're commiserating with people you've never seen before. That's such a unique experience that's unique to sports. And we never sold that. And that's exactly what we started
I have to say, just going to that game turned me around on basketball because I'm more of a football guy. So basketball was the main sport. I was like, oh, wow, okay.
It's fun.
The
and
energy
it's different,
was just
right? The energy in a stadium is completely different than the energy in an arena. You can, in the stadium, particularly if it doesn't have a roof, it's hard to bottle that energy. You feel it, and you see, like I'm from Pittsburgh, so there's the terrible towels and people screaming defense and everything at Steelers games. But in an arena, the energy level is just indescribable.
So how much of it is the selling the tickets in person, but also versus what you see on TV? So when you're owning a team, do you get any other cut for what's shown on TV?
So there's a TV deal that's done with either a local TV broadcaster, and we get all of that, or a network broadcaster like ABC, ESPN, TNT, whatever, and then we get 1/30th of that.
So what role does the TV play in turning a team?
It keeps fans connected. Look, when a team is doing really well, it's easy, right? There's more viewers, everybody's more excited. And when you're not, there's still going to be hardcore fans and general fans and kids that like to watch the game.
What about the personality of the people in the stands? Clearly, you're part of the legend of the team because you're literally there going wild.
Screaming, the whole game, right? Yeah, it's funny. The way I am here is how I am. 24 hours a day, unless there's a Mavs game.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, that's where I let out all that stress and frustration. But it's not so the fans, the sixth man, right? We need fans to bring that energy, and amplifying that as much as we can is important.
You've had a beef recently on Twitter, on X, with Elon over DEI programs. What to you is the essence of the disagreement there?
I wouldn't call it a beef, right? It's
a bit of fun.
Yeah, it's fun for me, right? I just, it's his platform. He gets to run it any way he pleases. He pays for that right. And so I have total respect for whatever choices he makes, even if I don't agree with them. But because it's his platform, to disagree with him, particularly somebody who's who's got a platform themselves. And so when we start talking about DEI and it's just de facto racist and this stuff that I just think is nonsense, I have no problem, sharing my opinion. And if he disagrees, okay, he can disagree. I don't care, and it's fun to engage, but he doesn't really engage. He just comes back with snark comments, which is, his choice.
Yeah, you in your comments. Well, you do a bit of snark too, but
Yeah, a little bit.
but you're pretty, let's say, rigorous in your response. So there is some exchange of ideas. There's some snark. There's some fun, all that kind of stuff, and you do voice the opinion that represents a large number of people, and it's great. I mean, that's what's it's really beautiful. But just lingering on the topic, what to you is the good and the bad of DEI programs?
Really simple, right? D is diversity, and that means you just expand your pool of potential applicants to people who you might not otherwise have access to. To look where you didn't look before, to look where other people aren't looking for quality employees. That's simple. And the E in equity means when you hire somebody, you put them in a position to succeed. The I inclusion is when you've hired somebody and they may not be typical, if you will, right? You show them some love and give them the support they need so they can do their job as best they can and feel comfortable and confident going to work. It's that simple.
So that's a beautiful ideal. When it's implemented poorly, perhaps, or in a way that doesn't reach that ideal, do you see maybe when it's quota-based, do you see that it can result in essentially racism towards Asian people and white people, for example?
There's a lot to unpack there, right? So first, you can't do quotas. They're illegal unless you're, and I'm not the lawyer on the subject, but unless you're trying to repair something that's happened in the past, like some discrimination that's happened in the past. So it's not quota based. And I think that's really just kind of a straw man that people put out there. Now, does that mean that there aren't DEI programs that are implemented poorly? Of course not. There are everything that's implemented poorly in one company to another, right? Sales, marketing, human resources. You can pick any element of business and find companies that implement it poorly. But that's the beauty of capitalism in a free market, or mostly free market, where if you make these choices and they are the wrong choices, you're going to lose your best people. You're not going to be able to hire the best people. You're not going to execute on your business plans in the way that we discussed, regardless of the size of the company. And it also, I think, depends on where you're having the discussion. So when I'm in a different group of people off of X, the feedback's completely different, right? But to your question of reverse racism, yes, it happens. Because people are people. There's no human being that is 100% objective. And it's also, there's very, very, very few jobs that can be determined on a purely quantitative basis, right? How do you tell one janitor from the other? Who's the best, right? How do you tell one salesperson that you're hiring versus another you're hiring? Because they haven't sold your product yet. So you don't know. We talked earlier about firing people because you made mistakes. And, yes, there's discrimination against any group, white, Asian, black, green, orange, whatever it may be. But I truly believe that there's far more discrimination against people of color than there are people who are white. And I think it's become a straw man that reverse discrimination because of DEI is prevalent or near ubiquitous.
Well, much of American history was defined by intense radical racism and sexism.
Mm-hmm.
But in the recent years, there's a correction, and I think the nature of the criticism is that there's an overcorrection where DEI programs at universities and companies are often, when they're not doing their job well, are often hard to criticize, because when you criticize them within a company or so on, they have a very strong immune system where if you criticize a DEI program, it seems like it's very easy to be called racist. And if you're called racist, or sexist, that's a sticky label.
So you're getting into the culture of organizations, right? And leadership within organizations. And accepting any type of criticism, put aside DEI. When I criticized the referees in the NBA, I got fined, right? That was their option. I knew what I was getting into, right? Not that they're completely analogous, but it's cause and effect. If I'm in a major company and I'm publicly criticizing or even internally criticizing a sales plan or a product, our product sucks, right? Or like there was a Google engineer that got fired for saying, you know, Google had AGI, right? And nobody believed they did, and they knew that created problems. It wasn't DEI related, but it was, you know, saying something publicly that was to the, in the CEO's eyes, to the detriment of the company, right? So I think those are all analogous. If you're trying to accomplish something within an organization because you think there's a problem and there's people speaking out saying, look, we're getting it wrong. I think I'm a victim of all this, and the company, right then, you know, leadership has got to make a decision. Do they agree or not agree? Are they right or are they wrong? Is it to the positive? Is it positive or negative to the company? And you decide. So, you know, this conversation that conservatives are being silenced in organizations now, I haven't seen it. You know, I've talked to, and then the other side of your question, I think unpacking it, is what's driving all this? Put aside universities for one. In corporate America, when I talk to people in corporate America about DEI, they always start talking about ideology, right? And like I've talked to Bill Ackman, who you've had on, right? And when I asked him, well, Bill, you run your own companies. Who's telling you what to do? They are. Who's they? Well, it's the universities, you know, the people who have this ideology of DEI. I'm like, did they force you? Did they coerce you? Did you lose control of your company? No, it's not me. It happens to other people. Then I talk to other people. Same thing. So I get, you know, try not to go one-on-one and tip Twitter conversations on this topic. So in the DMs, I'll talk to people who are really conservative, and I'll ask the same question. And be like, well, who's forcing you to do this? Well, it's the ideology that's everywhere. You see it. Didn't you see the Harvard thing, you know, in University of North Carolina? I'm like, I've never had anybody try to push me in this direction to do this. This was my business choice. I'm not trying to tell other people you have to do this. You make your own business choices. And so we're companies that made their business choices. And if somebody doesn't feel confident or comfortable with it, they may feel they're being discriminated against. There was something I just read in the Wall Street Journal where the Wall Street Journal had a company interview 2 million people, right? And the difficulty in firing, and how people, when they were fired, 40% of the people who were fired felt like it was wrong that they were doing a great job. Yet, then it talked about the HR person going through the hassle of trying to explain to this person through performance reviews that they weren't doing a good job. Yet the people still thought they were doing a great job despite being told they're not doing a good job, right? So I see that as being analogous to all this, you know, this huffing and puffing about reverse discriminations and conservatives not being able to speak up. Because if 40% of people who have been fired don't believe they should have been fired, there's a disconnect somewhere in how you think you're doing your job. And if you just feel like I can't speak up because of it, because you're white and that doesn't comport well with DEI programs, a lot of things are going to happen, right? Either that's going to come up in your performance review, HR or your boss is going to have to address it in some way. It's going to get to HR at some level, and then decisions are going to have to be made. And you can't just fire somebody because they spoke up, right? Somebody's going to have to communicate with you. And so I think a lot of, I just don't trust the supposed volume that people say is happening at versus everything I've read and seen. And when I talk to people in positions of authority within organizations and ask them who's forcing them, you know, to implement these ideologies, nobody says yes, that there is somebody. But on Twitter, it sounds great.
It is true for conservatives, but in general, you can sell books, you can get likes.
Yes.
when you talk about this ideology, and there's a degree to which is this woke ideology in the room with us right now, meaning like it's this boogie monster that we're all kind of.
Or is it a positive?
I guess another way to say that is they don't highlight a lot of the positive progress that's been made in the positive version of the word woke in terms of correcting some of the wrongs done in the past. So, but that said, if you ask people in Russia, a lot of them will say there's no propaganda here, there's no censorship and all that kind of stuff. It's sometimes hard to see when you're in it that this kind of is happening. It does seem difficult to criticize DEI programs. Not horribly difficult, terrible. They're this monster that infiltrates everything. But it is difficult and it requires great leadership.
So where have you criticized it and been condemned? Academic or
Academic, yeah.
Okay. Academic, let's two different worlds.
Companies and academic, yeah.
Two different worlds.
But I also think it's not, I really want to point my finger at the failure of leadership of basically firing mediocre people, like people that are not good at their job. The problem to me is DEI defense mechanism, like immune system is so strong that shitty people don't get fired. So the vision, the ideal of DEI is a beautiful ideal. It's just like,
well, maybe it's because I'm an entrepreneur. When I see an ideal that, you try to implement it and support it and get to that point. But universities and companies are night and day different, right? I can see an argument for the ideology in a university. I can see, you look at the amount of money spent on it. And so while the goal is right, the way they implement it in universities, the way they implement most things in universities is wrong, right? There's a reason why tuition has gone up, a multitude of, or a multiple of inflation. They're not well-run organizations across the board. So I'm not going to argue with that at all. So when you've seen me argue with DEI, I haven't waded into DEI in universities at all.
it's mostly focused on companies.
100%, right? Because that's where I exist. But at the same time, like I read Christopher Rufro's book, where he talks about the genealogy of wokeism and ideology. But then he gets to the point, and I hope I'm remembering this right, where he says that the response to it is decentralized activism, if you will. That's not the word he used, to try to counter that DEI. And that seems to me to be counter to the whole conservative movement right now, right? Other than school boards, right? Where it's centralized and, the Republican candidate is all about centralized power in him. And, to me, that's just a conflict and a lot of the underpinning of this, of the whole DEI conversation that a lot of which goes through Christopher Rufo right now.
Let's continue on a theme of fun exchanges on the internet. So Elon tweeted, the fundamental axiomatic flaw of the woke mind virus is that the weaker party is always right, in parentheses, even if they want you to die. And you responded at length, but the beginning is, the fundamental axiomatic flaw of the anti-woke mind is that it allows groups with historical power to play the victim by taking anecdotal examples and packaging them into conjured conspiratorial ideology that threatens to upend the power structures they have been depending on. So,
He says it all, right?
well, there's a tension there. So, yes, but both can be abused, right? Both positions of power can be abused. There's power in DEI, and there's shitty people that can crave power and hold on to power and sacrifice their ideals.
Okay, put aside universities. Okay,
Damn it. Yeah, I mean,
because I'm not going to argue that universities implement DEI well, right? And I'm not going to tell you that, they need to be spending $20-some million a year on DEI positions. To me, that's insane. Do I look at the Harvard and North Carolina decision and say it was a great decision? No, because, I think having a diverse student body helps make for kids who are better prepared for the real world. But I'm not running a university, so it's not my choice. Maybe at some point in the future I will, but not now. And in terms of the corporate side of it, who's telling anybody what to do?
Well, maybe you can give me some help.
Sure, I'm here to help you. Like,
There's an example in the AI world of a system called Gemini.
yeah, I mean,
1.5
everybody was
Google.
black or whatever, people of color.
George Washington was
Right.
black. Nazis were black.
So why is it when that came out, it was a big uproar, but when somebody, who was it? One of the people who were trying to fuck with me. I forget which one.
There's so many.
Yeah, but he pointed out to Elon that Elon's AI was woke when it answered certain questions, and other people have pointed out other things to Elon about Grok, however it's pronounced, that was leaning left or woke, right? And Elon's response was, "Oh, it'll change. It's a mistake. We're fixing it." When it happens to Gemini and Google, it's the end of the world. Look how woke they are, and it's a reflection of all their culture. Now Google comes out and says it's a mistake, and then they dox the guy who is the product manager or whatever of AI of that product, and then they go back and look at his old tweets, right, and show that he's very left leaning and very DEI supportive, and that's the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world, but Google is so much dependent on trust. That trust the Google search has as objective as possible channel into the world of information, and so that brand is really important.
Yeah, see, you're giving them too much power, and maybe I'm not recognizing the power, right? So I'll tell you a personal experience. Up until a month ago, maybe, if you put in keto gummies, Shark Tank keto gummies, into Google, it would show up with scammy ads, scam ad after scam ad. And I would get emails up until a month ago from elderly people asking me why the gummies weren't working and why the companies were charging all this money on a month-by-month basis when they tried to cancel. And they said it was the number one deal on Shark Tank of all time, right? And all Shark,
Right.
it was a mistake.
Well, there's fraud, there's mistakes, but the mistakes.
No, but why didn't Google fix it, right? The distance didn't happen once, over 1 week, over 2 weeks, right? And because it was hard to fix.
Yeah.
As it turns out, I was working with them to try to find a fix. And we would both look at the same page. And if you were inside of Google, within the google.com domain, it would show one page. If you were outside of Google, it would show another. And it took us looking at it at the same time for anybody to realize it, meaning that there's a lot of technology problems that are hard to fix.
They're super complex, and we could talk about it forever with social media. The criticism towards Google, towards other companies, when they're based in Silicon Valley, there could be an ideological drift into a ideological bubble out of which the technology is created, and they could be blind to the obvious bias that's
Yeah, but
becomes
they've got
inherited.
billions of customers who are not going to. So what you're saying is the free market stops with artificial intelligence, that people don't pay attention and respond, that Google doesn't listen to the responses, that people inside of Google will ignore their own best financial interest and even their own best personal interest because they know they're going to get doxxed now on by Elon and others. And so I just don't see that. And Elon's not allowed to make those same mistakes, but
No.
is allowed to make those mistakes, but Google isn't.
I know Elon is 100% should be criticized for the ridiculousness of overstatements that he makes about various products. He's having a bit of fun, like you are,
Yeah.
also. But I also believe in the free market, but it's not always efficient. You know, there's like a
It
delay.
just takes time. Yeah, it's fine.
So, which is why Elon is important when calling out, I think, overstating the criticism of Gemini. But Elon and others are just
Gemini wasn't even a fully available public product yet.
It's still a bias that resonates with
That's the
people.
way neural networks work, though, right? That's why there'll be millions of models, because weights and biases
Yes.
putting together, a neural network.
But no. So the Black George Washington is a correction on top of the foundation model
So
to keep it quote unquote they're safe. One of the big criticisms of all the models, frankly, probably even Grok, a little bit less so, is they're like trying to be really conservative in the sense of trying to be careful not to say crazy shit.
Of course.
Because we don't know how the thing.
It's brand new and we know what happens, right? And they do it on the front end with prompts, and they try to do it on the back end with the neural networks that are underneath them, right? And it doesn't always work. And that's why there's going to be millions of models rather than just, 4 foundational models or 5 that everybody uses.
Well, I guess the main criticism is you want to have some transparency of all the teams that are involved, and that this kind of, to the degree there's a left-leaning ideology within the companies, it doesn't affect the product.
But that's the beauty of
The free market.
Yeah, that's where the market corrects it, right? And not only from the outside, because everybody is going to test it. Like when YouTube first came out, or not first came out, when after Google bought them, there used to be different commands you could give it, right? There were prompt commands that you could give it, and you could find all the nasty porn that got loaded before they kicked it off, right?
Right.
And it was just the nastiest shit ever. And even now, to this day, if there's some horrific, tragic event, somebody's loading it up, right?
Yeah.
No, I know that's not direct to your point of internal influence to the output, right? But people on the outside are going to check for that now, right? It's almost like the new bug contest, right? To try to find bugs in software. And then on the inside, if it's all left-leaning and all you have is left-leaning employees, because most conservatives won't want to work there, then again, that's self-correcting as well.
That's the hope. But it can self-correct in different kinds of ways. You can have a different company that competes and becomes more conservative. I mean, my worry is that it kind of becomes like 2 different worlds where there's like,
It already is.
no, come on, don't give up.
Oh, I'm not giving up. Where does this go is the question.
Yeah.
Right. What happens next? And I mean, going back, I've been in so many PC revolutions, right, or evolutions, where porn was the big issue, right? Now we don't even talk about porn being an issue, even though, if every post on Twitter now has, link in bio for a porn post, right? We don't even think that's a negative anymore. That's just an accepted thing. And now it's become very warrior politics on Twitter. But again, as you extend that and things grow, as AI models become more efficient and trainable for a lot less money, or even locally on a PC or a phone, we're all going to have our own models. And there's going to be millions and millions and millions of models, and not just foundational models. Now, maybe they're built some on open source. Maybe, it'll be copy pasta where you can just cut and paste and create your own model and train it yourself. Maybe it'll be mixture of experts where, maybe it'll be a meta front end. Like we're working on a project where we take 30 different AI models and there's just a meta search engine where it searches all of them and you can compare all the outputs and see what you think is the best, kind of like a search engine, right? Because you might get, is DEI good, right? Is the COVID vaccine good, right? You're going to get a variety of outputs, and you have to make that decision yourself. That's what I think is going to happen with AI as well, because I think brands, there's no way the Mayo Clinic and the Harvard Medical School are just going to contribute all their IP to ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever. It's going to have to be licensed, or they're going to do their own.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very hopeful message. But that said, human history doesn't always autocorrect really quickly, self-correct really quickly. Sometimes you get into this very painful things. You have Stalin, you have Hitler. You can get to places very quickly where the ideological thing just builds on itself, and like
Twitter is not real world. There's 27.
Twitter's not real world. That's true.
Yeah.
Yes, but you could still have a nation captured by an ideology. I think America has been really good at having these 2, blue and red, always at tension with each other, dividing the populace, and in the process of doing that, figuring stuff out, like almost like playing devil's advocate, but like in real life.
And that's fair and that's right. as opposed to Pravda telling you everything you want to know,
Yes.
right? And everybody believing it because there's control of everything, right? And so going back to what you said earlier, people in Russia don't think, invading Ukraine, it's a lot of them see it as a positive, right? I'm sure you have relatives and friends who think, it's the best thing that ever happened, right? Because they believe in Putin.
They're
And-
denazifying Ukraine. They're removing the Nazis. from
Right,
Ukraine.
because that's exactly what Putin said. And, we don't have one uniform media outlet. That's the difference. Even though people like to talk about mainstream media as being the source of a lot of the friction, there is no such thing as mainstream media anymore. Fox is the biggest cable news channel with the biggest audience, and they call everybody else mainstream media. It's insane the things that we accept from our sources of information. To me, that's the bigger problem. The bigger problem is trying to figure out what is free speech and what is the line of tolerance for free speech. And at what point does hateful free speech crowd out other people, right? Putin's the master of that. You're going to jail or you're going to be dead if you disagree, right? Now, God help us if we ever get to that point here, but the person who controls the algorithm controls the world, right? And if you are committed to one specific platform as your singular source of information or affiliated platforms, then whoever controls the algorithm or the programming there controls you in a lot of respects. And I think that's where our biggest problem has been. We get people attached to specific platforms and apps and media outlets, and they become part of that team. And they identify as such, and either you're part of the team or you're not. And that to me is the fundamental problem. It's not woke ideology, because I never felt any pressure to make the choices that I've chosen, and including diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I've never forced anybody or told anybody to do it. I just said, here's my experiences. Whenever I've talked to people who talk about the woke ideology, no one ever got forced. I mean, if you look at Dylan McDermott, right? If there was a way to gauge the number of impressions that she had, right, and where they sourced from, I'd be willing to bet any amount of money that 90% plus of the impressions and discussions of Dylan McDermott were on right-leaning media.
Several things. Actually, let's even go there. You've gotten a bit of a beef with, again, fun with Jordan Peterson about
That's
this.
the guy whose name I couldn't think of. Yeah.
So the topic there was the gender transition and Dylan Mulvaney. Can you explain the nature of the beef? I mean, it's an interesting claim you're making that most of the people who are concerned about this are conservatives.
Yeah, the point is that if you looked at impressions, like when you run an ad, you're curious about impressions and who sees them, right? But if you look at the impressions related to Dylan McDermott, I would, like I just said, I bet 90% or more were in conservative media. And, I don't know how many followers she had, 250,000 followers or whatever when the Bud Light ad came out. And if it weren't for Kid Rock shooting, shooting at Dylan McDermott Bud Light cans, she'd be long forgotten.
Yeah, but most of the people that care about censorship are going to be free speech advocates. So, like, most people that care about Putin suppressing speech or anybody else suppressing speech are going to be, like, libertarians. So, like, there's probably an explanation of that. The criticism that Jordan Peterson could provide, I guess he said that Dylan Mulvaney popularized the kind of mutilation, right, in his view. They can affect, there's a very serious life-changing process that a person goes through, and when that's applied to a child, it can do a lot of harm to a person.
But my point still holds. I don't know how many kids were following, and you can look at the followers list. It's not like it's hidden, right? Back then, if they had 250,000 followers, and now we're on TikTok, where he might get 50-some thousand views or likes, right? I don't know how many views, but likes. I've never seen any evidence that Dylan McDermott influenced people to transition their gender.
Why does he keep
As he
saying Dylan
transitioned to
McDermott?
her,
That's the guy from that
It was documented on
show
TikTok
with
over the
Kansas.
course of a year. And again, when you go back and look at the views on those
What up, dog?
TikToks,
How are you?
it wasn't like
How are you?
enormous.
Yeah, but the trends
Taking
start.
names, taking names. How'd you
Right,
find
it
out
could be-
about me, my friend?
find out about you? Oh, I was looking through the socialized servers.
Oh, tight.
Popped in your server.
Excellent. Well, welcome. Do you know anything about me?
I know your last name.
Okay. Well, aside from that, do you know anything about me?
No, sir.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I'm guessing you're a Rothschild.
Yeah. Got that right.
I know a few Rothschild children, and I would not like to know anything about your business. I respect your privacy and just appreciate to be your friend. I don't need to know any personal details about your life, and I respect your privacy. And, I respect you as an individual. And I love what you do, and I love you.
All right. Well, that's wonderful. Excellent. All right. Well, then I won't tell you anything about myself. We're just watching the Lex Friedman podcast. Feel free to check on in, and I appreciate you being a part of the community. Thanks.
It could be
Absolutely.
what worries people is for young kids there to be a trend of, especially when you feel like an outsider, you feel not yourself, less than yourself, all this kind of stuff that kids feel like, that if it's because popular enough as a trend, you would gender transition without meaning to do that. It's just part of a trend. That's the worry
that's a big stretch, right? To think that all the things that have to happen before you transition gender, right? And I'm not saying kids might identify, find it cool or, in the moment, expedient, if you will, to dress up as the other gender. Great, who cares, right? But to go through the actual physical transition, I don't remember what the numbers were that I read, but I do remember that the latest numbers that came out in terms of transitioning were from JAMA, which is a medical association, that said from 2021 to 2022, the numbers went down. But the bigger point is there are no numbers for 2023 when post Dylan McDermott. So there's no way to know if the assertion is true, even marginally true. Now, you can easily suggest it, right? But you can say that about any social media influencer, right? Kids are dying because, it's just like when people accuse Trump of potentially influencing people to, inject bleach into their veins. You can't, that's a big old leap to say that because Trump says it, that people are going to start injecting, and then they find somebody who actually did, and it's like, oh, it must be true. This is a trend now. I'm just not buying it that there aren't enough roadblocks in the way. Now, I'm not saying it never happens, right? And to me, you should have to wait until you're 18 to actually have any surgery to transition. And if your parents approve it earlier, then you can have a conversation with your doctor. But you're suggesting that everybody in that process to go to transition a minor is corrupt. That the doctor, the sociologist, the psychologist, all the people involved, the hospital where the surgery is happening, insurance company that's paying for it, they all have been corrupted by this trend. I just don't see that.
Well, not corrupted, but people, it's back to the DEI thing. There could be pressure, and we are
pressure to operate. So think about all the people who have to be complicit to do an operation.
It's not complicit like evil complicit.
It is evil complicit, right? Because in hospitals right now, they won't perform abortions because of state law. In Alabama, they stopped IVF treatment immediately after that ruling by that judge, right? The QAnon judge. Does they think that they're not going to pay attention to the possible consequences of being the hospital that does transgender, that gives doctors operating rights there, and not be aware of the risks associated with it and double check? To me, that's just insane. They're risking their entire business and livelihood and personal relationships for not checking that this 14-year-old, boy who wants to be a girl or vice versa is there waiting for surgery. That I just don't see that.
In America, yes. But if we look at humans in general, and Jordan Peterson, I think, unjustly, incorrectly brought up Auschwitz.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
But if we look, to me, World War II is a very interesting time. It does reveal a lot about human nature, and that humans are able to commit atrocities without really speaking up. The point I want to make is that when you're in this situation where everybody is around you is committing an atrocity, you can be sort of the good German. And
Yeah, but
and
I mean,
human nature is such that you can.
but that is in a time of war.
But it's still human nature. It's interesting
It's in a
to
time
remember that.
of war, when you feel like there's nationalism, patriotism, everything that comes up. Russia, right? You know, the moms of the kids sent to Ukraine who didn't come back in Russia feel certainly different than the everyday Russian who's just taking, whatever information is available from a unified, controlled media.
Yeah. But, we should remember human nature. It's interesting.
I'm not dismissing human nature at all, but there's a difference. I think that human nature, self-preservation, influences those decisions. There's nothing about self-preservation involved in DEI, wokeness, transgenderism to compare it to Auschwitz. That's insane.
Well, that comparison is almost always, probably always is insane.
Yeah.
Comparison between anything and the Holocaust.
I agree.
I think there's a name for that role, but once you bring up Hitler, the conversation ends. I do appreciate you bringing up Trump and Bleach as an example. So continuing on fun exchanges between you and Elon, you said if they were having Biden's last wake and it was him versus Trump and he was being given last rites, I would still vote for Biden. To which Elon replied, caricaturing you, if Biden were a flesh-eating zombie with 5 seconds to live, whereupon being reelected, Earth would plunge into a 1,000 years of darkness, I would still vote for him. That's basically quoting you, but in a caricature. And you responded, while I have your attention, wanted to say thank you. Your consultants at Tesla followed up about using cost-plus drugs, about which we'll talk about, to save the company money. Truly appreciate it. And in parentheses, my limit is 300 years of darkness. Very well done, Mark. What's your intuition, if we just stick on Biden, Trump for a sec, what's your intuition why Biden would make a better president than Trump?
Look at the basics, right? If you look at the people he's hired, there hasn't been any turnover in his cabinet at all. If you look at the people he's hired over the course of his career, or while he was vice president in particular, there's nobody who's turned on him and came out and written public statements about how he's bad for the country. Now compare that to Trump. The people closest to him, almost all of them turn unless there's a financial relationship involved. And to me, that says everything.
The dynamics of the team is important to you.
If you're going to be the most powerful person in the world, you better know how to manage and lead. And that's not to say Biden hasn't made a lot of mistakes. I mean, immigration, the border is a horrific mistake. And hopefully he recognizes that. And I don't like the fact that he doesn't admit his mistakes and just say, okay, I got to fix it, or I made a mistake in Afghanistan, whatever it may be, right? The position of commander-in-chief and president, you're going to make mistakes. Then I look at the other guy, never admits a mistake, and the list is long.
Well, what do you think about the immigration situation? A lot of conservatives are using that sort of the theory is that the reason it's happening is because they would be able to illegally vote.
That's insane.
For Biden.
Yeah, you can't be an illegal immigrant and vote. And now in a lot of states, because of the conservatives, they've passed laws saying you have to show identification. When I voted in Texas, you had to show, state identification. They can't vote. You can't register as an illegal alien that I'm aware of to vote.
Yeah, but of course that story really worries me. Enables or serves as a catalyst for questioning the legitimacy of an election.
I remember going to the debate with Trump in 2016, and he was debating Clinton. And one of the things he said was, we don't even know if this election will be legitimate if I lose. This was in 2016 before he was even elected, and that was where he was going. That's just what he does. He's never admitted a mistake. The guy's failed a zillion times. Most people say, okay, I learned from him. You know, I read a book about Roy Cohn, and you know, Roy Cohn was the ultimate deny, and that was one of Trump's mentors. And you can see almost everything that Roy Cohn ever did in the same way that Donald Trump approaches things.
But given how drastic the immigration situation is, that story becomes more believable.
Yeah, of course it does, right? But the facts are still the facts, right? And in red states, they're going to be checking every ID. They're going to be making sure that's not the case. And, you know, you can also make the argument, well, in the blue state, it doesn't matter. In the swing states, they're still going to be checking because they know Trump is going to sue the shit out of him when he loses, you know? And so, again, that's where, you know, people will take those self-preservation steps to keep their job and do the right thing. There's still enough people who believe in this country and how amazing it is to do the right thing. And a lot of the premise of what some conservatives are saying and doing, the underpinning of it is that their fellow citizens will not do anything, not some things, anything that serves the best interest of this country. And to me, that's just wrong. You know, that is just misleading and wrong.
I just worry about, I don't care about Trump or Biden. I care about democracy. And I just worry. I worry about the viral nature of the idea of this illegal immigrants.
But it's very functional, right? Either they get across, there's 1,000 different ways an unlimited number of ways to enter the United States of America undetected, right? And the south border where it's the easiest and the worst. And Biden needs to take steps to reduce that. Remember, when Biden was vice president and Obama was president, they called Obama the deporter in chief. He had no problem deporting people. And I think, if I had to guess, and this is just a guess, that when they looked at the initial statistics for immigration when Biden took over, they thought there was room for more immigrants, not because they would vote, but you know, you can make a fiscal argument that in a world where the birth rate is flat to declining, we need immigrants, right? And immigrants typically don't have a higher crime rate or anything than, you know, indigenous American citizens. Indigenous isn't the right word, but American citizens. And so they made a calculated mistake. They made a decision that was wrong, and now they have to fix it, or it's going to hurt them severely. But I don't buy, you know, like what Elon's pushing, that the whole reason is they are voters and will become voters.
And we should say the obvious. You're a descendant of immigrants.
Yeah, for sure.
And the immigrants is what makes this country great in many parts, the diversity of this nation. And we should probably keep the people that are like already been in this country for a while and are killing it, like PhD students and all this. It's like
that's not what Donald Trump wants, though. He wants to ship them all out, right? There's just a whole lot of hyperbole when it comes to talking about all of these things we're talking about. When it's right versus left, my team versus your team, my tribe versus your tribe. The only way to stand out is hyperbole. The hard part, and why I like this conversation, is how do you distinguish hyperbole versus reality? And I get where you're going, Lex, where it's like what the smallest spark sometimes can cause people to change, and then that spark becomes bigger, and then it becomes more widespread, and then all of a sudden your country has changed. It's not what you thought it was. I get that completely, right? And yes, you always have to be on top of that to make sure. But a lot of that comes from lack of leadership, right? And lack of trust. Because there's nobody who's saying, all right, Republicans, that's all hyperbole and you're wrong for that. Democrats, you fucked up on immigration, right? You fucked up in Afghanistan, right? Here's where you made these mistakes, own it. There's nobody who says, right, we're not going to just bring in Republicans if the Republicans,
right.
And then, like, you know, and there's nobody who says we're not going to just bring in Democrats. We're going to bring in a mix, right? We're going to try to get balance on the Supreme Court. There's no leadership that's doing it. That's the fundamental problem. It's not about the ideology of woke. It's
not always, dog.
No leadership.
Yeah, leadership, and yeah, it's just whatever systems we've created. It's really frustrating that if you don't like Trump, it really is drunk derangement syndrome. Like he's definitely Hitler. If you don't like Biden, he's senile lizard person.
Right.
That's
Right. Everybody gets labeled, right? And because that works on
Right.
social media.
Right?
That
Right?
look, if Elon changed the algorithm
yeah.
just by taking himself out of it, seriously, I'm not saying don't post, right? Post all you want. But he, if you look at his followers, they're almost all right leaning. If you look at the people he engages with positively, they're almost all right leaning. And if you look at the people he engages with negatively, like me, right? I consider myself an independent, but I lean left on the DEI topic, right? That influences the algorithm. And so you see what you see because of what he says.
Yeah, well, I mean, for sure, but there could be a lot of influential people on Twitter that influence the algorithm and all that kind of stuff. I do feel it's not even about ideology where you lean. It's about like the algorithm not prioritizing drama, like the attention grabbing thing, or the lower lizard version of that, where like people just want the drama. They
Right,
want
see,
to.
when I last read through all the stuff on their algorithm, right? Maybe it's changed. Whoever has the biggest account and gets engagement on that account influences what people see the most.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. I don't know if that's to the degree that's true. They've
Pretty
did
sure
a
it's still the case.
pretty rigorous description of what's of the way the algorithm works. It's actually kind of fascinating. There's a clustering of people based on interest.
Right, but
Yeah,
I think they call it
be-
the nearest neighbor, right, approach, and I think that's what they do. And so whoever has the biggest account has the most neighbors, who in turn have their neighbors, who in turn have their neighbors, and that's how they discern what comes next.
But there's a clustering still. So like if you don't give a shit about Elon,
You're not
It's not gonna-
following them. Yeah, you're not.
you're not going to have an influence.
Well,
It's
go
not
ahead.
going to
I
have
mean-
influence.
When you get a break, just create a burner account on Twitter and see who they recommend to you.
Elon.
And not just Elon. I mean, the people that Elon likes. And I'm saying that's not Elon saying add this person, and suggest this person, this person, this person. I'm saying that's what the algorithm.
Yeah, there should be transparency around that for sure.
There is.
That's the key.
There is. And that's the whole point, right? He knows there's transparency and he knows the impact. That's why when I say take yourself out of the algorithm, right, don't include his account, that changes, I think, the output of the algorithm.
Well, when he wasn't owning Twitter, he was one of the biggest accounts, if not the biggest account already.
It wasn't, but still, like even like the Kim Kardashian accounts, whatever, right? It would. I don't. It wasn't open source to Elon's credit. It is now, so I couldn't see it to know, right? So I didn't get the sense one way or the other of one element being dominant over the other. But obviously, conservatives felt that left leaning was more dominant back then.
Yeah, I would love to see numbers on all of this.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
DEI, everything like this. Sometimes anecdotal data really frustrates me. It frustrates me primarily because of how sexy it is. Like people just love
That's a great way to describe it. Yeah.
love a story, and I'm like, God damn it, this is not science. This.
It's not even common sense.
Well, no, I think anecdotal stories often have a wisdom in them. Like
No doubt, right?
Like
There's something to be gained from seeing.
Right,
there's a
right.
signal there, but like how representative is that signal of the broader
Right.
thing?
There's a whole lot more noise than signal more often than not.
All right. So as I mentioned, cost plus drugs. There's so many questions I can ask here, but what's the big question? What's broken about our healthcare system?
There's no transparency. And when the lack of transparency leads to lack of trust. And when you can't trust the healthcare system, other than maybe your doctor, that's a broken system.
So what aspect of the system does cost plus drugs is trying to solve?
So the thing we're trying to solve for is trust. And the way we feel we get there is through complete transparency. So when you go to costplusdrugs.com and you put in the name of the medication, if it's one of the 2,500 and growing that we carry, we will first show you our cost, what we actually pay for it. Then we'll show you our 15% markup. Then we'll show the pharmacy fill fee and shipping, and that's your total price. And that alone, that transparency alone, is completely revolutionizing how drugs are priced in America today. And it's led to, research being done comparing our pricing to CMS, and ours being cheaper, than even the government is negotiating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so just that transparency alone has had an impact and saved millions of people hundreds of millions of dollars or more.
Maybe it results in more transparency in other parts of the system too.
Correct.
Seeing the business of it. But what do the so-called middlemen companies, so the PBMs,
Pharmacy benefit managers.
thank you, CVS Caremark, Cigna's Express Scripts, and United Health's Optum RX.
Right.
They control majority of the market.
Right.
What do they do wrong?
They put profits over everything, right? And they know in an industry that's completely opaque, they can pretty much do what they want, and nobody gets to see what they're doing in detail. And so, the first thing when you sign a contract with one of those big PBMs, it says you can't disclose any of this. And the fact that you can't be disclosed means they could tell Lex's company that they're getting a great price and they're only being charged X, and they can tell Mark's company, oh, you're getting a great price and we're charging Mark X plus, right? But Mark doesn't know any better because there's no way to know.
The markup is not transparent.
The cost isn't transparent. The markup isn't transparent. There's different things. Like I was just talking to a company in a presentation a couple of days ago, and they took the step to leave the big three PBMs to go to a rebate-free PBM that was smaller. And what they said led to the decision. They had a contract with the PBM for these things called rebates, right? Where depending on the volume of medications you buy, they'll kick back to you a percentage of them. And as it turns out, when they compared what was contracted for to what they actually got, they were getting underpaid every single year. They just don't care, right? They'll take products. There's a drug called Humira, right? And it is the number one revenue drug
I don't fucking know,
in the
dude.
country.
No,
And there's also a
not right.
biosimilar,
I don't
multiple
know.
biosimilars,
Sure.
but one we carry called Usimry.
Right.
And
No, not right.
Humira, the pre-rebate price is about $8,000 per month. And after rebates, depending on the size of the company, it'll be anywhere from $3,000 to $6,000 a month.
Right.
You can go to get your doctor to prescribe that biosimilar, Usimry, and you pay $594. But those big three PBMs won't allow their clients to get Usimry because they don't get a rebate on Usimry. So they'd rather keep a drug on their formulary, even though their patients would save, their customers would save a lot of money. They'd rather keep a drug and exclude another because they'll make a lot more money.
So the CVS Caremark spokesperson, I think, responded to you, Phil Blando, with the usual language that so deeply exhausts me. But I was wondering if there's any truth to it. Employers, unions, health plans, and government programs work with CVS Caremark precisely because we deliver for them lower drug costs, better health outcomes, and broad pharmacy access through our true cost vantage and choice formulary initiatives. We are the leading agent of change, innovation, and transparency in the market.
That's a whole lot of nothing.
So they are not transparent.
So call them up. You go to Cost Plus Drugs. We'll give you our price list of all 2,500 plus drugs.
The actual cost.
The actual cost and what we sell it for, because it's just plus 15%. Call up any of the big three companies and ask them for the same thing. They're going to laugh at you. It's so bad. In fact, if you do business with them right now and you just ask for your claims data, meaning, how many people use Humira that we're paying, what are we paying for it? They won't even give it to you unless you really, really scream and yell at them. And then they'll charge you and take 6 months to get it. So like when we moved away from them, we wanted to get what our claims data was to understand what we were going to be facing. They wouldn't give it to us until like 6 months later. I forget the exact month, and then they charge us for it as well. Our own data.
On the CEO front, you said that CEOs don't understand healthcare coverage. It's costing them big. What's the connection between Cost Plus Drugs and companies?
So I can speak for my own companies, and this applies to all companies, bigger companies that self-insure, because we self-insure. When we started Cost Plus, I finally said, okay, it's time for me to understand how I'm paying for my healthcare for my employees and their families. And the first thing I looked at was a lot of these companies use employee benefits consultants. And turns out I was paying $30 per employee per month, which was millions of dollars a year. And they were just sending us to the companies that paid them the biggest commissions. I'm like, how fucking dumb am I? right? So I'm like, okay, we're cutting that. And then I looked at our medication, our prescription deal that goes through the PBMs that we were using and that the consultant connected us with. And I took a list of, this was early on in Cost Plus Drugs, list of the generic drugs that we sold that cost more than $30 that the Mavericks also had purchased, right? We were able to get that claims data. And it turns out we spent $169,000 with that PBM, one of the big three PBMs, and it would have cost us buying from Cost Plus Drugs $19,000. And that's just a simple example. Then I looked at the insurance side of things, right? We self-insure, so there weren't premiums per se, but we were getting charged $17.15 per employee per month just to use the network that they put together for us, you know, providers, hospitals, or whatever. And I'm like, all right, are there companies that won't charge us to put together these networks? Turns out there's a lot of them. And those insurance companies and those PBMs are also responsible for determining what claims, what to authorize and what to deny, right? So for a drug, it may be, all right, this is an expensive drug, but before they'll say they'll pay for the drug that your doctor wants to prescribe for you, you have to try these 3 other drugs in what's called step-up therapy, right? To see if these other cheaper drugs work, or they're not even necessarily cheaper. They may just be being pushed because they're getting a higher rebate. And so I'm like, that's insane. I want my employees to get the medication that the doctors say is best. And so I didn't realize those were the intricacies of how my health, or where my healthcare dollars went. There's not a single CEO who does, because that's not a core competency that they need. And the CFOs, that's not their core competency. And the HR people, they contribute and they understand it some because they're dealing with the claims, but they spend most of their prescription drug related time or healthcare related times trying to get pre-authorizations approved. So, you know, your kid breaks their arm, or you get sick and you go to the doctor, and before the doctor will do a surgery or do whatever, they have to go to the insurance company and get pre-authorized. And then they always say no, right? And then you have to go back and somebody has to argue for you. And that just eats up employee time because, you know, I'm sick or my kid's sick and you're wasting my time, eats up HR time. The CEOs don't know any of this, right? So what I'm saying is, one, the smartest thing to do is to get a healthcare CEO at every company with over, let's say, 500 employees that focuses on all these things. You'd save a shitload of money. And two, healthcare is your second largest line item expense after payroll. And in some companies, it's hundreds of billions of dollars, right? And you don't understand it, and you're letting these guys rip you off. And it's because these big CEOs don't understand it and are getting ripped off that the industry is the way it is, because that allows the opacity to continue.
That's fascinating. So that most companies outsource, offload sort of the expertise on the healthcare side, when they really should be internally. There should be an expert.
Yes, because it's the wellness of your employees and their families.
And it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, but if your employees aren't healthy, or if they're worried about their kids, and what is more worrisome and detrimental to the performance of a company, right? A DEI program, or or having to go to HR and scream and yell and explain, and your doctor wasting their time doing the same thing to get authorization for a surgery or a medication. It's insane.
What made you decide to step into this cartel-like situation where so much is opaque?
So I got a cold email from a Dr. Alex Oshmayansky, who's my co-founder. He's a radiologist by trade and a physicist and a smart motherfucker. And he had a pharmacy that he wanted to create, a compounding pharmacy that would manufacture generic drugs that were in short supply, because it happens all the time that things aren't available. I'm like, you're thinking too small. We should do something on a much bigger scale.
Yeah.
And then it was right around the time they were sending the pharmacy bro, Martin Shkreli, to jail. And so I was reading up on that, and he increased the price of this drug, Daraprim. I think it was like 7,500%, or increased a low-cost drug to $7,500, one of those. And I'm like, well, if he can just jack up the price of this drug and charge more and get away with it, this has to be an incredibly inefficient market. And so the question is, why is he able to do it? And it was immediately apparent that it was a lack of transparency. And so can we start a company that is fully transparent with our costs, our markup, and our selling price, and see if it works? And so we went for it, and it took off immediately. I mean, you read a press release from a company saying, they were creating a cost advantage program, basically pretending to replicate us.
Yeah.
We haven't been in business 2 years. How insane is that?
Did you get a lot of pressure? I mean, I'm sure they're very good at playing games. Like, so cartel type situations, they protect. It
Yeah.
feels like healthcare, like, it's very difficult to get in there.
It does. I mean, and the whole industry is an arbitrage, but we don't work inside the system. We work outside the system. And so we don't work with those biggest companies. The biggest companies with the most dominant control, it's very insulated and very controlled, like you said. We work outside them. We won't work with them. And so because of that, we don't have access to every medication, because they've told a lot of the big brand manufacturers that if they work with us, they'll take them off their formularies or change the rebate structure so that they won't be prescribed as much. Yeah, it is dark, but we'll get past that, right? Because there's a downstream impact of all this in the rebates and the greediness of those big three PBMs. When you go to a local pharmacy here in Austin, right? And let's just say you have a friend here, right, that is on Medicare or Medicare Advantage, and they go to a local pharmacy and they get a drug that costs $600. Well, in the insurance company, that $600, the pharmacy first buys that drug for probably that price minus 5%, so $570. Then there's probably a copay by the patient, and that's probably $20. So now the net investment that the local pharmacy has for that brand medication is $550. Where it gets really fucked up is those big three PBMs, they're not reimbursing them $550 or more. They're reimbursing them $500 or less. And literally, those community pharmacies are eating that loss. And as a result, they're going out of business left and right. And the most insane part of it is, yes, with corporate employer insurance, that happens, but it happens more with Medicare Part D and Medicare Advantage. It happens all the time with those, almost with every script. So the government is complicit in these community pharmacies going out of business. So how does that connect to cost plus drugs and what we're doing in the big brands? The big brands know that if all these community pharmacies are going, tens of thousands of them are going to go out of business because of the way this pricing is, they're going to lose a connection between their brand medications and grandma and grandpa and Aunt Sally. And all that business is going to get transferred to the big companies. And they're going to have even less leverage. So they're working with us to come up with programs that are very supportive of independent pharmacies. And that's going to allow us to break the cartel, because it's in their best interest not to allow them to be so vertically integrated that they destroy the entire community and independent pharmacy industry.
Is there other aspects of the healthcare industry that could use this kind of transparency and revolutionizing?
Yeah. So what we're going to do with our own healthcare, right? We're not going to be in the business of selling healthcare or anything like that or operate. But the things we do for my companies, we're only going to do deals with providers, healthcare providers, that allow us to be completely transparent. So that whatever contracts we do, we're going to post them all. Whatever pricing we get, we're going to post them all. So that every company who's our size or bigger will have a template that they can work on, which will take it away from the big three insurance companies and the big three PBMs. Because now, without that transparency, they have to use consultants who are getting paid by those big three, those big companies, and aren't giving them the best response. And so now that transparency will overcome that.
And you're using your, how should I say it, celebrity, your name,
to
kind of push this.
It's the only company I've ever put my name on.
It's weird that people aren't getting into the space. Like, public people, like big, there's not like a big, you look at tech, there's like these, CEOs are open and public, and they're pushing the company, and they're selling everything, and it's like they're all transparent. But you don't see that in healthcare.
No, because it's a big business, and most people, like if I was 25 trying to start a company, I'd work in the system, because if I can build it up big enough, they would just buy me, and I'd make money and buy a sports team. But I don't need that money now.
Let me ask you about AI. You got in a little bit of an argument about open source. I think you stepped in between Vinod Khosla and Mark Andreessen. You think AI should be open source?
Yeah, for sure.
So like all that discussion we've been having about like Google and so on.
Two different things. meaning that Meta is doing open source.
Yes.
Right. That's a good choice for them. I think that's a smart choice. Right. But it's just a business decision for everybody else. I don't think it should be forced.
Forced, yes, yeah. I mean, even Google's open sourcing some of the models.
Because that's a very incestuous industry where the people all work together at some level. They read the same papers. They go to the same conferences. It's like the early days of streaming and the internet where people use the same technology everywhere. And now they just try different things, and you get one smart or a couple smart people in one company like Anthropic, right? And they do things a little bit better, and model efficiency gets better. So, it's just a business choice, but I don't think it should be forced, but I think it's a smart business decision.
Open sourcing is a smart business decision.
Yeah.
It's a tricky one. I mean, Google is a pioneer in that with TensorFlow in the AI space. That's a tricky decision.
It really is, right? But
to give away the
go
code.
back to historically, there was digital computing, which was a dominant player, and they thought, and IBM to a certain extent, thought that they wouldn't be subject to a problem with the PC industry. And then all of a sudden, in with their mainframes and everything, they had captive software. They wouldn't use off-the-shelf software, right? So for a digital equipment mainframe or an IBM mainframe, you needed software that was written for it. There was nothing off the shelf. And when the PC industry came along, it was the exact opposite. There was, MS-DOS and then Windows, things that were off the shelf that every PC could use. And that changed how people thought about software. And I think the same thing will happen here, where it's going to be, as models become more efficient and easier and less expensive to train, I think there'll be more reasons to open source.
Yeah, that's the hope. It creates more competition, a lot of different diversity of approaches in how they're implemented, deployed, what kind of products they create, all of that. Vinod compared the danger of that to the Manhattan Project.
I'm not buying that.
You don't see the parallels between nuclear weapons and AI.
No, I think I'm not an AI fatalist at all, right? I'm an AI optimist, but it's not to say that there isn't a lot of scary shit that can happen with it.
Yeah,
militarily, like I said earlier, I'm a big believer that there's going to be millions and tens of millions of models, and people will take their expertise and either get hired for it and contribute, or create their own models and license. So that, you see now with this thing called mixture of experts, right? Where you connect things and people can take their expertise, and will be able to take that expertise and retain it in a way that they want to retain it. So, I don't think there's going to be one medical database. I told this to people at a couple big companies that were doing healthcare initiatives. There's branding is so important in the healthcare space. If for hospitals, the Mayo Clinics, the MD Andersons, they're huge brands, and I don't think they're just going to give up their expertise to some, main singular model, and say, okay, whatever expertise we have is available to you in Gemini or ChatGPT or so and so's version of Meta's open source. I just don't. That would be business suicide. And so I think you're going to see each of them have their own models and update them as they go and license them.
Yeah. And make money from the expertise.
You have
Don't
to.
give away
You
the
have
expertise. Yeah. And the expertise evolves and grows and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, and you want to own that growth. What advice would you give to young people? You have an exceptionally successful career. You came from little, made a lot. What advice would you give them?
Love your life, right? Find the things that you can enjoy. Be curious. You don't have to have all the answers when you're 12, 15. I get emails from 13, 15-year-old kids, right?
What do I do?
What do I do, right? I feel like I'm being held back. I'm like a 15, you feel like you're being held back. But just be curious, because you don't have to have the answers. You don't have to know what you're going to be when you grow up. Hardcore believer that everybody has something that they're really, really, really good at. That could be world-class great. Every single human being on this planet. And the hard part is just finding what that is. And in some places having resources to enable it. But be curious so you can find out what it is. I took one technology class in college, Fortran programming, and I cheated on it, right? I mean, it it wasn't until I got a job at Mellon Bank and I started learning how to program in this thing called Ramus, this scripting computing language, that I realized, oh, this is interesting to me and I like it. And that's what got me, a job selling software and going on from there. You just don't know what that's going to be until you go out and experience different things. So for anybody young out there listening, enjoy your life, find things to smile about, be curious, read, watch, expose yourself to as many different ideas as you can, because something's going to click at some point. You may be 15, you may be 25, you may be 55, but it can happen.
One thing to mention is sometimes it's difficult, or your parents, people around you, might not be conducive or might not be of help in finding the thing you're good at. In fact, like in my own life, the society was such that I don't know if they've helped much at the thing I was good at. I'm still not sure what that is, but I think
interviewing done pretty well for you.
Well, it's not even. It's there was a thing where I saw the beauty in people, it very intensely. So you can call it empathy, all that kind of stuff. And
Someone call it wokeness.
Super woke. I guess you could say just super woke. That's me. And but in the education system I came up in, it was a very hard mathematics, science and so on, and it didn't notice that whatever that was in me. But you have to keep the flame going. You have to try and find your way and see what that's useful, and others around you might not always notice it, so it might take time. So it could be lonely. You could really have to find the strength to believe in yourself.
Oh, for sure. And I'll tell you one quick story. 1992, I went to Moscow State University to teach kids how to start businesses. Wow. Because I had sold micro solutions and I wanted to travel, and I took Russian in high school. My Ruski is like not хорошо.
Well, good enough to remember that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But it was interesting to me, and I bring it up because just they didn't know what the word profit meant, right? But at the same time, I would go around and meet people, and it was as entrepreneurial. Like right after the Soviet Union fell, entrepreneurship went through the roof. I mean, a lot of it was mafia driven, but it was, people found that spark, because I think that is natural. And so you just never know when and how and when the circumstances will come together for you to be able to take advantage.
That spark is really important to comment on. Is in Russia and Ukraine, I think the system kind of suppresses that spark somehow. Because you said you saw the natural entrepreneurship, but there's not the entrepreneurial spirit once you grow up in both of the nations I mentioned. There is.
No, I believe it, right?
In Ukraine, but there's something about the system that kind of,
without question,
be reasonable, be
there would have been no reason for me to go over to do what I was doing if it was otherwise.
But that's the thing that really can help a country flourish.
It's going to be interesting with Ukraine if they're able to survive this, right? Because as horrific as it is, as you saw across Europe after World War II, the rebuilding creates opportunities.
Rebuilding creates opportunities, but first the war has to end. How that ends,
I don't know either.
Is a really complex path. What gives you hope about the future of humanity?
Just looking in my kids' eyes, just talking to them and seeing their spirit, their friend spirit, and obviously we're blessed as can be, right? And it's not the same for every kid, but I do. I get emails that don't respond to all of them, but from 13, 14, 15-year-old kids around the world. Because Shark Tank's shown everywhere, asking me business questions. They took the time. They were that curious and that interested. And I see it when I talk to schools, when I go to different groups, that spark in kids' eyes that there's something bigger and better and exciting out there. And that's not to say there's not fear, climate and there are a number of things. But that's the beauty of kids. And I think Gen Z really embodies that. And to me, that's just really exciting.
They dream big. Yep. They see the opportunity for making the world better. It's cool. It's cool to see young people and that in their eyes, that dream, and I could be the one to do it too, which is
That's funny because when I go talk to like elementary school kids, right? One of the things I do, I said, okay, let's look around. You see that light there? One day that light didn't exist. Then somebody had the idea. Then somebody created a product of it, and now your school bought that. You see that chair? Chairs didn't always look like that. Somebody had that idea. Why not you? So when you walk out and what I make them do, ask yourself, why not me? Why can't I be the one to change the world?
Thank you for that beautiful, hopeful message, and thank you for talking today, Mark. You're fun to follow. I'm a big fan of yours, but
Same.
you're also an important person in this world. I really appreciate everything you do.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for saying that, Lex. Keep on doing what you're doing. This was great. I
Right.
really enjoyed this.
Right?
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Cuban. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Oscar Wilde. Imagination was given to man to compensate him for what he is not, and a sense of humor was provided to console him for what he is. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Habib beat Connor. Putin was on FaceTime before he even made it to the locker room. Trump, sitting president, ex-president, watching all the fights, wants to talk about the fights. Valentina Shevchenko, every time she goes home, she meets with the president of the country. The list goes on and on and on. The most powerful, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. The most powerful people in the world are all obsessed with fighting.
The following is a conversation with Dana White, the president of the UFC, a mixed martial arts organization that revolutionized the art, the sport, and the business of fighting. And Dana is truly the mastermind behind the UFC. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dana White. Do you remember when you saw your first fight?
I think so. I remember being at my grandmother's house. I think it was an Ali fight. And all my uncles were going crazy during the fight. And there was just this buzz and this energy in the house that I liked at a very young age. And I'm pretty sure that was my first fight.
Ali was something special.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, when you look around, not just here in the office, but at my house, Ali and Tyson are everywhere.
Would you put Ali as the greatest of all time boxing?
Well, I would put Ali as the greatest all-time human being. I mean, it's easy as a fight fan to focus on him as a fighter, but when you focus on him as a human and you think about what he meant at that time and place, the things he said, the poems he came up with, just the overall brilliance of Muhammad Ali, the guts to have the strength mentally, physically, and emotionally to go against the grain at the time that he did it. It was a very dangerous time for him to be who he was. Yet, because of how smart he was and because of his personality and how if you sat down with him, you could be the biggest racist on the planet. It's hard to get in a room with Ali and not like Ali.
Yeah, he's all love,
Yeah.
humor, all of it.
100%.
And had the guts in the ring and the guts to take a stand
100%.
when it was hard.
He might be one of the all-time greatest humans. You know what I mean? Just an impactful, powerful human being who happened to be a great boxer.
And sometimes the right moment meets the great human being. That's important.
I agree with you. And he was the right guy in the right place at the right time. And he's also a guy who used his platform for all the right things.
So that might have been your first fight, but when did you fall in love with fighting? The art of it, the science of it?
Yeah, I would say I really fell in love with it. So I was a senior. It was 1987, and Hagler Leonard happened.
Yeah.
And I watched that fight, and I taped it. And I watched that fight like a million times. I was a huge Hagler fan, and I like Sugar Ray Leonard too, but I was a huge Hagler fan. And I just remember I watched that fight a million times because I was pissed off and I felt like Hagler got robbed in the fight. You know what I mean? But that was really what made me start to love the sport of boxing.
The battle of it, like
Yeah, I was 17, and then after that, USA's Tuesday Night Fights came out on television. It was on every Tuesday night religiously. Never missed Tuesday Night Fights. I was there, watched all those fights, and a lot of the things you see in the UFC, not necessarily just the production, but I would say the feel and the style and all those things are all things that I loved about boxing and things that I hated about boxing, right down to the commentary.
You loved and hated the commentary.
Certain things that I loved about boxing, I incorporated into the UFC. Things that I hated about boxing, I made sure that the UFC stayed far away from. I think I can't stand Larry Merchant. And I used to watch HBO Boxing and mute the commentary so that I didn't have to listen to them. Lampley too. You would spend this money for the pay-per-view to watch these people that you idolized, to hear these idiots rip them apart while the fight was happening.
Oh, they were criticizing.
Yeah,
or
100%.
taking them apart. I've gotten used to the UFC, so I'm trying to remember looking back.
It was bad.
It was bad.
It was really bad.
But the sweet science, the art of boxing was beautiful still. Like the stories you told.
I want to do this with you right now. Hey, we bring your cell phone over here and pull up YouTube. I want to do this for you so that you can understand this and understand where I was coming from.
For the commentary.
At this point in time.
I have all good memories. You're going to ruin it for me.
Yeah, no, there are nothing but great memories about boxing. But the presentation and a lot of the things, but it's how fucking weird is it that I even cared about this shit at that point in my life and that time in my life? What impact could I possibly have on it? So think about Tyson and how much everybody loved Tyson at the time, and listen to this entrance.
Of the former undisputed heavyweight champion. And here he comes, Mike Tyson. As he heads toward the same ring, he made his disgraceful exit in June of '97.
Wow.
The crowd.
One of the baddest motherfucking walk-ins of all time, by the way. Right? So,
Look at that.
so what this guy should be doing, and this is one of the Albert brothers.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Stay out of the way.
Yeah. Maybe build them up.
Or that. Or don't say anything. Just
Yeah.
let the fans. That's why.
Yeah,
watch it.
yeah.
That's why we paid our money.
Tyson entering
You don't need to
into
say anything.
Scary, imposing music. Will he be able to intimidate his opponent tonight? Will it even matter? I really thought there'd be more of an explosion by the crowd here, but very mixed. Even with the win tonight, no matter how one-sided, he will still have his detractors. Following the two fights with Holyfield, his stocks plummeted. The pundits came down hard, feeling they were duped. And his knockouts were over second-rate fighters. Now the crowd erupts more as he gets into the ring. But it's certainly nothing overwhelming.
What a dick. You're right. I don't remember that. You're right.
Imagine.
You're right.
You paid your money
Yeah.
to watch Mike Tyson, and you got to listen to these fucking jerk-offs talk
Yeah.
shit about him the whole way to the right. First of all, one of the coolest walk-ins ever. First time anybody had heard DMX, right?
Yeah.
And
That's right.
he's walking into some scary, imposing music. Will it even matter?
Yeah.
It's just all that kind of stuff. I literally used to analyze every ounce of the production that would happen on television, and at a time when I didn't even know why I was doing it, but
it's in there somewhere. Like you were thinking about it.
right. So yeah, I hated HBO commentary. I thought, at the time, HBO boxing was obviously the gold standard for. But when you really think about boxing at that time, the production, The only thing that changed over 30 years was like HD. I mean, even the commentators were the same for 30 years. And then you had the time when Larry Merchant gets up and literally starts fighting with Floyd Mayweather during the interview and says, if I was 30 years younger, I'd kick your ass right now.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, these are the interviews that we have to listen to when we're trying to watch a boxing match.
The level of boxing was good.
Think about a fighter, right? Fighter has been gone for months, away from their families and away from everything, training, cutting weight, sparring. Then they go in and they have to fight that night. And then you have to, if you watch your fight back, you got to listen to this bullshit from these guys. And then you get interviewed and your interview is this. It's just.
And it's not just about the pay-per-view money. It's about like, these are legends of humanity. Like
100%.
We should celebrate the highest form of like accomplishment.
100%.
These aren't like Mike Tyson.
So you know who goes in there and interviews fighters? Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah.
Who is trained and done everything and has the utmost respect for the sport and the athletes. Or you got like Daniel Cormier, who is a former world champion himself and has actually been through it, done it, knows. And those are the type of people that we put in the booth, people that are actually experienced in it.
Yeah.
Not these people who've never been in a fight in their fucking life, right?
Yeah, but they're also both, DC and Rogan are like big kids. They love it. They
100%.
really love it.
Well, everybody does. I mean, if you look at it's the difference between our commentary and what I feel their commentary was. We don't hire paid talking heads. We hire people that have actually been in it, done it, love it, and are super passionate about the sport. And I would say that none of them that ever covered the sport back then were. I don't know if that was Marv Albert or what Albert brother that was, but he sounded like he's a fan of the sport. Or anyway, you got me. You got me on this, and once I get on this, I lose my mind.
Maybe we wouldn't have a UFC if they didn't fuck it up so bad. And for the Tyson,
it would be different. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It would be different. There's no doubt about it. All those experiences growing up, being a boxing fan, helped create what the UFC is today.
It's interesting because humans have been fighting for millennia. And it seems like with the UFC, the rate of innovation is just insane. In these last 3 decades, it seems like we've discovered how to do unarmed combat faster and better than at any time in human history.
I agree with you 100%. The first UFC happened in 1993, right? Martial art versus martial art.
Yeah.
And now over the last 30 years, martial arts has evolved faster than, you know what I mean? And like you just said, combat sports, fighting, whatever you want to call it, martial arts, it has evolved so much in 30 years, more than the last 300 years.
What did you think when you saw UFC 1 with Royce?
I remember everybody talking that this fight was going to happen and there was going to be no rules and all this other stuff. And we're like, there's no way, that's bullshit. And then we ended up at some guy's house that night in Boston and watching it, and it was happening, and it was fun, and it was exciting, and everything else. And then I sort of fell off after that. The first one I watched, but I was too big of a boxing fan. Plus, once grappling started taking over, and by grappling meaning the wrestling and the jiu-jitsu guys that just laid there, I completely lost interest. It's funny that I'm having this conversation with you right now because I was out last night with my friends and we were talking about because one of my buddies who's a host here in town just did jiu-jitsu for the first time
Nice.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was like,
Did he get his ass kicked?
yeah, but when you first go in,
Yeah.
our first jiu-jitsu lesson, me, Lorenzo, and Frank, was with John Lewis.
Nice.
And I remember thinking, holy shit, I can't believe that I'm 28 years old, and this is the first time I'm experiencing this, that another human being could do this to me on the ground. It is such an eye-opening, mind-blowing experience when you do it for the first time, and then you become completely addicted to it. And, we were training 3-4 days a week, trying to kill each other, and me and the Fertitas, and that's how we fell in love with the sport. I think that the first time that you do jiu-jitsu, it's like the red pill and the blue pill in the Matrix. Do you want to believe that this is the world that you live in, or do you want to see what the real world looks like?
Just as a real red pill.
It really is.
You realize, holy shit,
It
all
really
that shit talking I've been doing about me being a badass,
Mhm.
you realize you're not. You get
100%.
dominated by another human being. You
Right.
realize no.
And I mean dominate. I mean
Yeah.
completely treat you like you're a little kid. And then we had the opportunity to roll with a lot of different guys at the time because of the whatever. And we don't have a good relationship at all. But I'll tell you this, Frank Shamrock came in one day, and Frank Shamrock had me in side control. The pressure that this guy put on
How
my
you doing,
chest
pizza?
made me
What's good,
tap.
my friend?
Felt like there was a car on my chest.
What are you doing? Amazing. How was it? All right. So is she cool? All right, man. This girl likes to fuck. Dog, why aren't you hanging out with her tonight? Oh, that's super tight. All right. So why are you talking to me and why aren't you talking to her? I'm just kidding. I'm glad you're talking to me, but like, why don't you talk to her? Okay. All right. Dog, you just totally airmailed this, but that's all right. Get another quote unquote date with her and fuck her. All right, well, then go get an STD test tomorrow before you might work for WWE and pound her out within because she's ready to go. I mean, she's got a bodily clock. You got to get on board with that. Yeah, dog. Just, dude, if I were you, I would call her right now. Be like, hey, what are you doing? And she'll be like, oh, I'm doing ketamine and ecstasy. And then you just go over and stick your dick in her. What does she have? Oh shit. Well, okay, that was nice of her to tell you, but all right, maybe you might have to move on. All right, we'll go get one. All right, sounds good. Take care, man. Pizza, we love you. You take care, my man. Peace, bro. Are you gonna blow him? Fucking conversation. You want to see some athleticism, folks? This is unprecedented athleticism. In the history of mankind, no one's been this athletic.